Kapag naaalala ko ang mga araw na magkasama tayong dalawa, ngiti at tuwa sa aking mga mata. Ganun na pala tayo dati kasaya. Yung tipong kapag tayo'y nagkatitigan, mangingitian para bang nahihibang, mag-iingay kahit sobrang tahimik ang kapaligiran. Kahit may nagre-reklamo na'y wala tayong pakialam. Panong nandun ka pa, laging pumupunta, di naasahan may sorpresa ka laging dala. Ang saya-saya, ayoko lang pahalata, kasi ko na naman natapos na magkasama ka. Kaso lang wala ka na, pero alam ko na masaya ka na. Sa mundo ko wala nang makakagawa, makakatumbas ng iyong napadama. Salamat sa pag-ibig mo, pag-ibig mo lagi kang nasa puso't isip ko. Isip ko at inaamin ko na namimiss kita, na namimiss kita. Sa akin ikaw pa rin ang baby ko, ang baby ko. Kahit wala ka na sa piling ko, piling ko pangakong ipagdadasal pa rin kita, ipagdadasal pa rin kita. Halos 5 oras na akong nag-aantay sa'yo, nag-aabang ako sa labas ng bahay nyo. Sipat ang sipat kung sisilip ka ba sa bintana, magpakita kay parang di yata. Ilang beses ka nang lagi na lang ganyan, kung iwasan ako'y parang ayaw akong ngadiyan. Sa susunod na buwan ako'y pagbuksan mo na sana, kasi kahit anong mangyari ay di ako mawawala ng pag-asa. Ayaw kitang pilitin kung di ka pa handa, sa susunod na lang, sa susunod na lang. Ayaw ko na bibitin, kaya mabuti pang ako'y uuwi na lang, sa susunod na lang. Ayaw kitang pilitin kung di ka pa handa, sa susunod na lang. Ikaw pa rin ang baby ko, sa susunod na lang. Yeah, yeah. Ang kanyang katawan, ang sarap mong titigan. Rosas ka ba? Kasi sa spaceship isasakay kita. Parang Lenny B ang kanyang katawan, ang sarap mong titigan. Rosas ka ba? Kasi sa spaceship isasakay kita. Tayo'y pinagtagpo, ngunit hindi tinadhana. Sadyang mapaglaro itong mundo. Ingatan mo siya. Binaliwala niya ako dahil sa'yo. Nawala na ng saysay ang pagmamahal. na kahit tagal ko ring binubuo, na kahit tagal ko ring hindi sinuko, pinaliwala niya ko dahil sa'yo, dahil sa'yo. Baka pwede lang kahit isang saglit, masabi lang na merong pagtingin. Baka pwede lang kahit papasarin, sa sarili ko'y magsisinungaling. Tayo'y pinagtagpo, ngunit hindi pinadhana, sadyang mapaglaro itong mundo. Salamat sa pag-ibig mo, lagi kang nasa puso't isip ko at tinaamin kong namimiss kita, sa akin ikaw pa rin ang baby ko, kahit wala ka na sa piling ko, pangakong ipagdarasal pa rin kita, tayo'y pinagtagpo, ngunit hindi pinadhana, sadyang mapaglaro itong mundo. At dahil magpabalik at uulitin, sabihin na mahalin at sambitin, kahit muli masaktan, at yakapin mo ako, kahit hindi na totoo. Maintindihan din naman kita kung sawa ka na, saan ka masaya.
Bakit ganito? Ikaw lang gusto, ngiti mo sapat, masaya na ako. Bakit ganito? Ikaw lang gusto, dalhin kita sa paraiso.
Halos 5 oras na akong nag-aantay sa'yo, nag-aabang ako sa labas ng bahay niyo.
Ibulong mo nang dapat marinig ng iba, kay magtagot makikita kanila.
Ayaw kitang pilitin kung di ka ba handa. Sa susunod na lang, kaya sa pagtayo ko sa umaga ay hanap ko na ngiti mo na nagpasaya, kakaiba, nagbago ng lahat. Salamat at natagpuan kita.
Kanina pa kita tinitingnan, kanina pa kasi ko nang gigigil dyan, kanina ko ba kasi iniisip na di ako hindi ka titikman.
Huwag mo na lang sanang isipin na katulad ako nila. Ang gusto ko lang naman talaga sa'yo ay mahalin ka, baby.
Nadarang na naman sa'yo nga boy, bakit ba lagi na kita magkasama sa habang buhay, pero kailangan muna maghinay-hinay.
Alam ko naman kasalanan ko, o sinayang ko.
Basta sa akin ka sumama na, di na ko maghahanap pa ng
Huwag
iba.
mong pansinin ang mga nagkatingin sa ating dalawa, sa ating dalawa.
Bakit ganito? Ikaw lang gusto, hindi mo sapat.
Masaya na ako.
Bakit ganito? Ikaw lang gusto, dalhin kita sa paraiso.
Kay ganda ang binibini, ikaw ang gusto ko, walang ibang pinili. Oh, kay ganda ang binibini, ikaw ang gusto ko, walang ibang pinili.
Meron akong tinatago, di ko lang maamin. Pagdating kasi sa'yo ako'y mahihain. Pero kahit anong oras mo ako tawagin, darating ako, sobrang lakas mo kasi sa'kin. Ewan ko kung paano ko bibit-bitin yung pagtingin ko, kasi kung hanggang tingin lang ay bitin. Ayoko rin naman kung kimkimin ka sa mukhang hindi ko pa rin to sa'yo tayong banggitin. At baka isnabing mo lang at di mo pansinin, bitin kahit na empty diretsyon ng inumin, yung tapang ay wala pa rin. Saan ko hihiramin kahit nagasing wala rin kung pagising ko. Kaya pa rin ako na magmahal pa, kasi nasaktan na parang wala na kang ibang gusto kundi kumanta. Kala ko wala na kung pag-asang makalas at kilidin, pero sumugal pa rin kasi nandyan problema tayo. Sobrang traffic sa kalye, basta ikaw walang atrasan, puro abate. Kahit saan pa ang biyahe, umulan man ang grabe, nandyan ako lagi, ano man ang mangyari. Hatid sundo kita, 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 hatid sundo kita. Medyo matagal na rin tayong hindi nagkita, kaya ngayon alam mo ba na miss na kita. At di ka dapat pang malungkot, please ngumiti ka. Sa'yo ako ay nananapit na, baby, ako'y pauwi na. Sana hayaan mo ako na ngayon kita masolo, mayakap ka ng todo at kapaintang parang loro. Pero kung talagang ayaw mo, edi wag na, para mo na rin pinatunayan na duwag ka. Ngayon ba kung iiwanan ka na niya, huwag kang mag-alala kasi marami pang iba. Idaan mo lang sa tawa kasi magpakatanga, hanggang sa masanay ka na, kasi ganyan talaga sila. Baka di mo alam na hindi nabilang sa daliri ang binibining sasaktan ka lang. Kaya iisip ka lang, huwag ka magpakahibang, huwag mong gawing mundo yung alam mo na kailang alam. Hindi ko na maintindihan, alam ko namang di ko to dapat maramdaman, dahil di mo rin naman kayang suklian ang pagmamahal ko. Magkaibigan lang ang turingan, pero ako'y nasasaktan kahit na walang tayo. Nasasaktan ako kahit na walang tayo, nasasaktan ako kahit na walang tayo. Walang tayo, walang tayo. Sexy lady with the pretty brown eyes, can you be my lifetime partner? Sana pwede ka pero sa akin palagay hindi ka bagay sa tulad kong simpleng rapper. Piliin mo ko, patunayan mo may taste ka, panalo ka na tsaka sure ka baby boy na safe ka. Pag sa'kin ka na punta love, hindi ko na need mag-pedicab. Sa kayo na sa chikot ka na dalang na pinahiram ni dad. Wag mo sanang iisipin na papagod na ako. Di ako apurado pero sa'yo ano ba? Gusto ko lang kasi makasigurado. Sa unang tingin at sa unang kita, masasabi mo agad na pambihira. Kasi iba talaga, grabe ang ganda, binibining pinakamabisa. Iba ang datingan, di pangkaraniwan, lalo pag nakita mo ng malapitan. Kasi iba Talaga, grabe ang ganda, binibining pinakamabisa.
Natapos na ang lahat, dito pa rin ako. Hetong nakatulala sa mundo, sa mundo. Kung saan na lamang ay nakita mo ang lungkot sa iyong ngiti, isang umagang di ka nabalik. Sana'y malaman mo, hindi sinasadya, kung ang nais ko ay maging malaya. Hindi lang ikaw ang nakikita ko, pero di pinatay. Hindi na posible yung magpapahirap pagkawalan, kahit na niloloko lang.
Your local Chicago and Northwest Indiana Volkswagen dealers.
There it is, throws it up there. Zach knows what to do. Look how high he goes. Just ease like he's jumping off a trampoline. And then there's P. Nice right there. He gets it. Shy slam a jam. Woo!
Like that. First game missed on Monday for Williams. Had the right hip contusion. So he was out on Monday against the Rockets. He's back in. LaMelo Ball is on the floor for the Hornets as well. Hayward gets free for a three.
Well, he was wide open.
Yep.
You've got to know where Gordon Hayward is. He's the go-to guy on this team. They run a lot of sets through him. He's such a good shooter, especially mid-range.
He's been a very solid role player the last 4 years in Boston.
Looks like they're in the zone.
And Markkanen cuts inside of it to score.
Yeah, they were in the zone that time.
Oh, deflected.
And that's the one thing the Bulls are going to have to do. When LaMelo Ball gets the ball in the open court, he'll throw that 94-foot pass. You've got to get back. You see right here, he's just going to pitch it ahead. Boom. Wide open, but Lowry gets back. But you're going to have to get back defensively when he has the ball in his hands.
And we've seen some major highlight reel type passes already from LaMelo Ball this year. He was looking for a cutting Zeller that time. Again, two guys that I was just going to say he hasn't been in the lineup a long time.
Zeller's been over there watching. He should know when LaMelo's got the ball, he's going to pass it. He's a pass-first point guard. Come on, big fella. He tried to get you a basket.
Thaddeus Young's on the floor for Daniel Gafford. Hayward and Rozier, the former Boston teammates, are the two starters for the Hornets. Kobe White, rebounded by Zeller, who's out there with Ball, and Miles Bridges as well. Rozier diving in. Levine denies him. And out of bounds, last touch by the Bulls.
And once again, Rozier gets himself up in the air, nowhere to really go with the basketball. He's trying to go to LaMelo Ball, who's there, but he gets himself caught up in the air once again.
Hayward tried to dish it off at the last moment to Zeller. A couple of Indiana boys right there. Oh, what a lob that was, but Zeller couldn't finish it. Got it back and scored.
That was a nice pass. I mean, his vision is really, really good. They're still in this zone.
Yep. So Markkanen trying to shoot him out of it. Barely got the bounce.
So far, the Bulls have not been able to punish him, except for the one basket by Lowry.
Here's Zeller. It's a shot you can live with, not a prolific three-point shooter. Young to Williams. Extra pass to White. Back to Markkanen. Everybody touching it. Markkanen a three.
There you go. That stops a 13-4 run by the Hornets.
Bulls with their second three-pointer. They had 20 of them against the Rockets. There's LaMelo Ball with a chance at a three-point play.
And this is what's going to really cause teams problems because he's a big point guard, 6'7", and you see right there he can get in there and finish as he puts the body on Zach. When he turns that corner, he's so deadly off the bounce with the pass that you got to worry about a lot of different things with him. But you can see the size he has to finish.
Levine picks up the first foul. 2 on the Bulls here in the first 7 minutes. White maneuvering around the defense, finding Thaddeus Young. Markkanen's tip wouldn't go. Outlet feed to Rozier, who saves it.
Hey, Kobe's had a nice first quarter.
That was way off from LaMelo Ball, who's made 1 out of every 3 threes he's taken so far this year.
Kobe's got 3 points, 5 assists. He's created 11 points off his assist.
Going to call a foul on Lauri Markkanen on the rebound action with Zeller there.
Yeah, it got caught.
Ball a little out of control, but he finds Rozier. Kobe White the rebound. Young picked up by Rozier on the switch. Levine trying to get free. Doubled. Young, good ball movement. Williams, 3. In and out. Offensive rebound, Thaddeus Young. The kick to Levine. Pump and shoot. That's good.
Oh, bang, bang, bang. That was good hustle that time by Thaddeus Young.
Yep. 3 offensive rebounds already for the Bulls. In fact, both teams have 3 offensive boards. Kobe a defensive clear out here. Coast to coast, Kobe.
There you go, Kobe. Played a good first quarter. Really solid first quarter for the Bulls.
White's got 5 points, 5 Zach Levine getting airborne above the rim. Brought to you by your local Chicago and Northwest Indiana Volkswagen dealers.
There it is. Throws it up there. Zach knows what to do. Look how high he goes. Just ease like he's jumping off a trampoline. And then there's P. Nice right there. He gets it. Shy slam a jam. Woo!
Like that. First game missed on Monday for Williams. Had the right hip contusion. So he was out on Monday against the Rockets. He's back in. LaMelo Ball is on the floor for the Hornets as well. Hayward gets free for a three.
Well, he was wide open.
Yep.
You've got to know where Gordon Hayward is. He's the go-to guy on this team. They run a lot of sets through him. He's such a good shooter, especially mid-range.
He's been a very solid role player the last 4 years in Boston.
Looks like they're in the zone.
And Markkanen cuts inside of it to score.
Yeah, they were in the zone that time.
Oh, deflected.
And that's the one thing the Bulls are going to have to do. When LaMelo Ball gets the ball in the open court, he'll throw that 94-foot pass. You've got to get back. You see right here, he's just going to pitch it ahead. Boom. Wide open, but Lowry gets back. But you're going to have to get back defensively when he has the ball in his hands.
And we've seen some major highlight reel type passes already from LaMelo Ball this year. He was looking for a cutting Zeller that time. Again, two guys that I was just going to say he hasn't been in the lineup a long time.
Zeller's been over there watching. He should know, and LaMelo got the ball.
City, on the face of my city, cosign by Diddy, hard liquor, I'm a trapper, let it try me like I'm just another rapper. I'm a pal, never lack. She thought that I'ma hit that like a Sammy. Have a dance, worry about it, hey, I ain't got the time. Say he getting money, he fucking hell, I know he lying. I was trapping out the zip, he was fixing up a line. Say that he a dog.
Hai, sekarang saya
I'm a line. I was on the road getting packs in, packs out for the paper. You was on the board watching the show, I wasn't worried about the neighbor. Chopping in the hood, never fight, but he always instigate. You done ran into the mayor. I wait, man, everybody a ratchet, but you a dog. How you figure? That big for me and Brian, we'll never ever have an issue.
Tonight, the idea is to have a more long-term approach and to try to limit that. But like I said before the game, it's all great to talk, in theory and to try to prevent these scenarios. But the reality is you got guys out there that really want to win and want to play and don't like to sit on the bench when the score is going in the wrong direction. So it's a challenge, and we'll try to find that balance.
And shout out Tony Bugs.
Tonight, the idea is to have a more long-term approach and to try to limit that. But
would you?
They're eager to make something of themselves, and Barclays helps us achieve that.
Introducing the Land Rover Defender. Just the thing for those little everyday trips. Good in heavy traffic. Perfect for catching up with the relatives. And dropping into the car wash en route. Giving someone a helping hand. And putting your feet up after a long day.
Well, I'm gonna wait till won't be back no more. Going back down south, child. When I'm troubled.
Bartender's pouring.
Kevin Durant throws it down hard. A gorgeous dive from Kevin Durant. Next level, KD for three. Durant time. KD to the rack. KD right down Broadway for the jam. Durant, good night. A three dagger. Nets basketball on Yes is brought to you by the Brooklyn Nets app. Download it in the App Store or through Google Play today. By your local Ford stores. Visit buyfordnow.com for more information. And by FanDuel Sportsbook. More ways to win. Moments away from the opening tip. The Nets and the Cavaliers. Starters, Harris, Harden, Jordan, Brown, and Irving for Cleveland. It's Jetty Osman, Larry Nance Jr., Andre Drummond, Isaac Okoro, and Colin Sexton. Darius Garland is available, not in the starting lineup. Recovering from a sprained right shoulder, he comes in averaging just over 17 points and 6 assists per game. Steve Nash, a big topic of conversation, 1991. Sexton finished with 42. The Cavaliers put up 147 points and outscored the Nets 20-8 in the second OT. Yeah, I think it is a sheesh moment.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. I remember last game in the middle of it, I was asking what the record was, and I was told to go Google.
You were. Did you ever Google it? It was Stephen Curry.
I did not Google it. I was busy. Steph Curry has the record.
I feel like you often will just ask questions and expect me to Google it. That's basically what it comes down to.
You're the professional here, Ian. Yes, I do.
Nets control the tip, lob it up. Jordan couldn't catch it, but he was hit on his way to the rim. So Harden looking for the alley-oop to Jordan right out of the gate. It was a dunk fest for DeAndre Jordan the other night. And Okoro picks up the first one.
And what I like about this, Ian, is that you immediately put the Cavs interior defense on notice. So now they're going to pull in. They're going to start to lock in, which will open up things for the shooters.
Here's Harden over Okoro. Off the mark. Rebounded by Drummond. Drummond did not play a big role in the overtime sessions. They went with Jarrett Allen, a great deal against his former team. That pass intended for Drummond, and it comes the other way for Brooklyn. Irving lets it fly. Bottom. Kyrie Irving opens the scoring.
You know, again, you get your eyes fixated on James Harden. You're worried about DeAndre, running down the middle, and Kyrie just steps into a three at the top of the key.
Cutter Okoro scores with the offhand. 3-2 lead for Brooklyn. James Harden had his second triple-double in 3 games. Irving off the rim. Sexton picked up by Irving and a reach-in foul on the outside.
You know, and these are the things, when they talk about the Nets shoring up their defense, it's trying to eliminate mistakes like that. You see an easy cut down the middle. Joe Harris gives up the layup. Then you see a reach in 30 feet away from the basket when you're already shorthanded without Kevin Durant. So, you know, you got to play smart, solid defense if you're the Brooklyn Nets.
After the Osman miss, Harden will handle it. Irving off the ball, sets up in the corner. Spread it. Harden mismatch over Drummond. Book it, a three.
What do you do? That's just a nightmare matchup. You can't have one of the best bigs in the league out there on the best scorer in the NBA.
Drummond pivots, leans, high off the window, follows his own shot, and puts it down for Cleveland. Andre Drummond is a physical specimen at 6'10", 279 pounds, now in his 9th year in the league. 6-4 lead for the Nets. Brown gets a touch. The hard curl, the fake. Good defense there by Nance, who closed in. The speed of Sexton. Scoop to the hoop, no. Rebounded by Jordan. Irving in transition. Swing, swing. Harden, shooting practice? Yes, a three.
That's just such a great extra pass by Joe Harris. But look, again, this is the thing that the Nets are going to be so dangerous with. Now it's Kyrie leading the break, swings it to one of the best three-point shooters, and then off to James Harden as you see Colin Sexton knock it down.
Colin Sexton now in his 3rd year in the NBA, and boy, is he blossoming. We saw it last year. Took his scoring to the next level, and it's gone even higher this year. Good play by Okoro, and Jordan will foul him at midcourt. Jordan tried to squeeze a pass to the free throw line.
And look at this. This is just unfair. You know he's got the step back. You're actually putting Drummond in a bad spot. And then, look, Kyrie takes his time. There is no way for Cedi Osman to be able to guard Joe Harris and James Harden. They're going to get the most open shots because of the spacing and because of the talent. They're going to get more open shots than they ever have in their careers.
Bruce Brown is called for the foul on the Sexton jump shot. So 2 free throws here for the man they call Young Bull, Colin Sexton.
Yeah, great pull up by him, and yeah, that's just an easy call. And you know, you gotta just avoid these simple things. You know, you're shorthanded. The Nets are not very deep in general. So again, some of these early fouls, some of these easy plays, they just got to be a little bit more cautious. You don't have that big fella right there to clean up some mistakes on the offensive end and on the defensive end.
Kevin Durant, number 2 in the NBA in scoring. He logged 50 minutes against the Cavaliers the other night. Expected to play tomorrow night when the Nets host the Miami Heat. Tyler Hero will not make the trip. 9-8 lead for Brooklyn. Harden out front. He's got a screen from Jordan. Loop it for Irving. Shot clock down to 7. Irving fires. It's good, and a foul. Chance and a 4-point play. Kyrie Irving makes it look effortless.
Oh, it was. Like, you're all the way in the deep quarter. You know he's got to shoot. There's only seconds. And just jab, just get enough space. And the court awareness, not to drag his feet, just the court awareness to have his body right in the perfect spot to tee it up. If you're a defender there, you want to get to his body, especially when you hear the shot clock starting to run out, that little court awareness. But great shot. Impressive footwork by Kyrie Irving.
Second foul on Isaac Okoro. So the former Net, Taurean Prince, who played well in the front end of this 2-game series. Prince finished with 17 points and 7 rebounds. Sexton, flip it up. Drummond inside. Easy pickings.
Yeah, that's the growth of Colin Sexton. You've seen his scoring numbers go up. He's got to continue to improve involving his teammates. And that's not saying he doesn't do a good job, but if he wants to be a great player, that's what great players do. You get for yourself and for other players.
Harden is fouled on the outside by Drummond, so he picks up his first and the 3rd team foul against Cleveland. So far, Richard, the Nets are...
Now imagine, Coach...
4 of 6 from 3-point territory, 0 of 1 on 2-point attempts.
Well, if you look at the makeup of this lineup right here, you're going to see that. But, imagine Coach J.B. Bickerstaff for the Cavs having Drummond trying to guard James Harden at the top of the key.
Joe Harris off the mark. They get it early to Nance. Bully ball on Harris. Kick. Prince doesn't take the three. Kick it out for Sexton. He fires. Long rebound. Harris steps in and comes away with a loose ball. Harden between the legs. Irving. Lunging layup. And a highlight for Brooklyn set up by the beard.
It's just going to be a lot of fun. Again, but I like there to start that play, Joe Harris with the rebound. The Nets are not very big. They're going to need a lot of rebounding from their guard. And the Taurean Prince revenge show continues, Ian.
Well, that was always part of the scouting report with Taurean Prince, his ability to stretch the floor. And so far, so good in a Cavaliers uniform for Prince. Nets lead by 2. Clear out the area for Drummond. Jordan hunkers down. Drummond, ball fake, second fake. Baby hook is good. Who knows?
Talk about the size of the Brooklyn Nets. When you get into a little bit of trouble, if DeAndre Jordan gets into foul trouble, Drummond, and even if you look around the league, some of the bigger teams like Philly, that's who the Brooklyn Nets are going to have to go through if they're going to want to really contend for a championship. Some very big teams.
Irving hangs, and a foul is called. Kyrie Irving contorting his body, and will head to the free throw line.
Look at this, James Harden leading the break. He sees Kyrie the whole time. I bet you he thought Kyrie was going to pull up, but Kyrie, one of the best guards when it comes to finishing. And just another angle at it. Look at it, in and out with the left hand, high floater.
Yeah, it's still the most wonderful time of the year. 'Tis the playoffs.
the
Hello, dude, little.
couple of threes. There's again within a nickel, 21-16.
He's established with outside.
James Johnson could not convert. I don't know if Rudy got a piece of it or not, but the Spurs get the ball back. Gay over Cauley Stein, his former team.
Especially when it's that easy of a pass. Nothing difficult with that pass. Should not have been a turnover.
Sexton toward the bucket. He floats and scores. Collin has 13.
Continual pressure forces this team to play defense. They don't like to do that. You got to keep the pressure on them.
Harden hesitates. He's picked up by Okoro. Step back three. Woo. Harden has 13 points. He's knocked down 4 triples.
That step back is a lethal move for him.
The Nets have launched 31 threes on the evening. They've hit a dozen. Sexton probes, floats, and scores again.
I'm telling you, keep Kyrie in the pick and roll. Don't stop. Continue to keep him in the pick and roll.
Irving pestered by Sexton, the length of the floor. Osman pokes it away, keeps it in bounds. Has Okoro, goes there. Home.
Always staying in the passing lane. Jetty State up in the passing lane, got the steal, and the rookie throws the hammer down.
Harden picked up by Osman, finds Jordan. Under 7 to go here in the third quarter. Irving goes and gets it, once again badgered by Sexton, and Sexton draws the foul.
That's what you call relentless. Don't give up, stay with it.
There's the steal by Osman. Osman looked ahead, found Okoro, and in the meantime, Kyrie Irving has picked up a technical as he was unhappy about this.
Kyrie was the aggressive one with the little elbow push.
Sexton and Irving have gone toe-to-toe throughout this 2-game set.
But see, this is about the time when feelings get hurt and feelings get involved now. Second half of the game, it's the game that's starting to, memories from last game starting to show up. Now's the time for the Cavs to stay diligent with their effort.
Drummond high post off the Sexton feet, deals to Nance. Nance challenges, Harris puts it up and in, and Larry Nance has a chance for the 3-point play.
Moving that ball and passing it to the open man, the ball will find the open man every time. Nice pass inside, Drummond with a good look over the top. Larry Nance with a nice hang, young man. Hang in the air and drop it in. Right over Joe Harris. Opportunity for a 3-point play.
10 points, 5 rebounds for the 6-year man out of Wyoming.
He has really stepped his game up each year. He's just getting better and better. Now he's a complete. He's a total. He does everything on the floor for the Cavaliers.
The Cavs have hit their last 7 shots. Brown toward the basket. Over the outstretched arm of Nance. Missed the shot as Nance altered it. Drummond rebounds. Sexton now. Sexton carried it.
Yeah, he got a little bit too fancy that time. He tried to fake the pass and got caught with it that time. But I like the effort, just a little bit too. He had to change his mind. That probably was a good defensive effort.
Faked the behind the back pass.
Yeah, he faked it behind the back, but Jordan didn't go for it, so he had to hold on to it.
Irving just inside the line. Snaps an 8-0 Cavalier run. 24 for Kyrie. That's a game high. Sexton now watched by Brown. Irving, meanwhile, guards Okoro. Sexton. Okoro tips at it at the foul line. Gets it to Drummond off the nail. Over Harden.
Drummond with a great rebound pass. Touch pass to Larry Nance, who throws the hammer down.
Irving to Jordan. He got stripped. Out come the Cavaliers again. Osmond to Okoro to the bucket. Gets hit and gets fouled.
Turning the defense into offense, the Cavaliers are on the move.
This is the second time we saw Andre Drummond set up Larry Nance, and both passes were gorgeous. Watch this.
Nice little shuffle pass. Nance finishes the deal. The Cavaliers are doing a good job of finding each other, and also they're on the move.
Feature Andre Drummond tonight. Then two of them in this third quarter to Larry Nance off his card. The Cavaliers have taken the 7-point lead.
Yes, he's come out this quarter and really put his stamp on this quarter with some good hustle inside. He's doing good passing. He's rebounding. He's running the floor, getting his hands on a loose ball. I mean, Drummond's come out the locker room ready to play in this second half.
With the Cavs in the midst of the Nets, I beg your pardon, in the midst of a 10-0 run, J.B. Bickerstaff took a timeout at the 9:57 mark of this third period. Since then, the Cavaliers have manufactured an 18-8 run, as meanwhile rookie Isaac Okoro is on the line.
Well, they've done a good job of Again, playing the passing lanes, staying up in the passing lanes, and not giving him a lot of freedom. And then forcing Kyrie to have to make tough shots, not giving him easy shots.
Burrow this time draws the assignment of guarding Kyrie Irving. Torian Prince into the ball game, switched on to Kyrie. Kyrie missed the 14-footer. Boy, Nance has been active in this third quarter. He grabs another rebound.
Yeah, he's been all over the place this third quarter.
Sexton relays, finds Torian Prince. Now it's Drummond.
Got to move.
By 8. Shot clock's down to 5. Sexton goes to work. Got bumped by Green, puts it up and in, and Colin Sexton has a chance for 3.
This is what you call work in this weight room and strength. When he goes in here, he gets bumped, but he has the strength to hold on to it and keep his position to make the shot. And that's a good move by Colin inside that shows that how much work he puts into making himself stronger.
Sexton is one of those players who has the unique ability to get better as the game progresses.
Yes, and that's because his energy level is always there.
Irving nearly walks. Back it goes to Green around the horn to Luwawu-Cabarrot. Now Jordan. Irving wants it. Irving gets it. Irving fires. And Irving scores.
He's keeping him in the ball game by himself. One-man show.
4 triples for Kyrie. He has 27 points. Kyrie has accounted for 60% of the team's points in this third quarter, and he hasn't dished out an assist, so that's all via scoring. Sexton got hooked by Luwawu-Cabarrot, dishes to Drummond, who got fouled.
Now this is definitely showing the maturation we talked about in the beginning. Kyrie going inside. What does he see now? 2 years ago, a year ago, Kyrie would have shot that ball. Colin would have shot that ball. But he does a good job now of keeping his head up and seeing the open man, using his talent to help his teammates out.
Head to Cavs.com/win to enter to win 2 tickets to the next home game. Don't miss your exclusive opportunity to be one of the lucky guests right here in the Fieldhouse. Cavs.com/win today to enter. J.B. Bickerstaff praised the maturity of Colin Sexton after that 42-point performance just the other night. You see it here, AC, not turned this into a one-on-one battle with Irving. He's dished out 7 assists as Colin. That would have been 8 had that ball been dunked by Drummond. Irving from 3. That ends up, short, but the ball ends up out of bounds as Prince and Drummond got their signals crossed. Only Cavaliers around the ball.
Oh, man. Now that's called boxing out, but couldn't get their hand on the ball.
Perry toward the basket. Runs over Garland, then got swatted by Nance. The offensive foul is called on Perry. Then he got that shot drilled right back at him for good measure.
Now this is called I got my brother's back. Inside, even though it's a good defensive play, Larry Nance standing right there to help Garland out, and Garland doing a good job of taking one for the team.
The Cavaliers have forced 7 net turnovers in this third quarter alone. We have a foul on Landry Shamet.
Well, you think about it, the Cavaliers for the last 16 minutes of that first half, all of a sudden, the Cavaliers' defensive efforts have stepped up and given them a 10-point lead.
Darius Garland back in the Cavalier lineup. Has 8 points off that Cavs bench. This equals the Cavaliers' largest lead of the evening. The Cavs led by 1 after 1, led by 1 at the half. They're a plus 10 here in this third stanza. Make it plus 11 with that second Garland free throw.
Well, you have Sexton who goes north-south, and you have Garland who goes north, south, east, and west. So it's a tough guard to have to deal with those guys.
Prince knocks down that Harden pass. Garland's there. Garland upstairs for Allen. Oh, look out.
There you go. That's called team ball right there. Garland with a hustle and a steal, and Allen throws the hammer down.
Harden watched by Windler. Cavs by 14. Perry gives to Luwawu-Cabarrot.
He twists to the foul line, back to Green. Green thought about it, 3 drives instead, got knocked down by Nance and fouled. Darius Garland looked like he got shot out of a cannon.
I mean, great hustle and great move by the whole team, but Garland doing a super job of getting to the ball first, and a great lob pass, and Allen on the way down the floor to throw it down.
That foul on Nance was only the Cavaliers' first of this third quarter, and it's been a good third quarter for the home club.
When usually they do this in the second quarter. They're doing it in the third quarter tonight.
Green has 5 off the Nets bench for Steve Nash. Nash said defense has to be a priority. He said it right before the game. He said it's going to make or break our season. He also added that it's going to take time. And on Wednesday night, he saw way too many what he called fundamental sins on the defensive end of the floor.
Yeah, you know, and that has to be a worry of his, John, because he already knows he has guys that don't really value the defense. Ooh. Just let him get the ball anywhere and just throw it in the hole.
Allen had it knocked away. He recovered. I mean, to complete your point, AC, we know this team could score. Harden to the bucket, lays it off the window and lays it in, and likely this team will continue to get better and better as the months of this regular season progress. Will they be able to get it together defensively? That's the question, which apparently remains.
Well, I really think with more practice time, a lot of things will change because they get a chance to practice schemes defensively.
Green to the basket. That's cut the Cavalier lead to 10.
Yeah, you want to keep the errant shots and turnovers down because this is what gets this team going when they can get out on the open floor.
Prince, Windler, Allen, Garland, and Nance are on the floor for the Cavaliers. Garland works on Shamet. Hesitation move to the bucket. Missed the shot. Allen's there. Shamet, however, scoops it up. James Harden. He has 15 points and 10 assists in his back pocket. Under 2 to go here in the third. Works on Nance. Fees Green. Green from the corner. Jeff Green continues to be solid from behind the line. Entered action at 51%. Drills another here, and the Cavalier lead has been cut all the way to 7.
Yeah, well, again, missed shots and turnovers. Gets them back in the game.
Prince. Works on Luwawu-Cabarrot. Got it. Wow, a number of crossover moves.
Yeah.
And Luwawu-Cabarrot leaning the wrong way.
Dance on him, Prince.
7 for Torian off the Cavalier bench. Harden now works on Windler. Luwawu-Cabarrot. Nance grabs a long rebound. J.B. Bickerstaff waves his team into the forecourt.
He wants to keep everybody going downhill.
Prince from 3. Got it!
Whoa, shoot it, young man.
Prince has 10 points and only 4 shots from the field. He's giving the Cavaliers a 12-point lead. Green works on Allen to the bucket. Missed the shot. Allen stayed with him step for step.
Yep.
Nance is there to grab the rebound. Windler thought about a 3. Drives. Gives to Nance. And Nance with the finish.
Cavaliers attacking that hoop. Doing exactly what they did the last game. Every time the Nets make a run, they score in that paint.
That was a smart play by Dylan Windler. Didn't force the shot. Knew Nance was alone. Gave it up. Harden's doubled, and he gets fouled. The Cats had 1 to give. Torian Prince in his second game with the Cavaliers.
Just doing a good job of getting the defender off of his feet, and this time he just backs up and just knocks it down. And you can tell they're trying to get through this quarter, and they're going to turn Kyrie loose in the fourth quarter.
Isaac Okoro checks in. 28 seconds to go here in the third. Allen guards Green. Okoro guards Harden. The shot clock shows 5. Harden goes to work. Step back long three. Tried to measure Okoro, missed the shot.
Well, Okoro did a good job of guarding the left side, but his body stayed out of the way of Harden's body, so he didn't foul it.
Garland, closing seconds of the quarter. He's in the corner. He's got to hurry here. And the third comes to an end, and what a quarter it was for the Cavaliers. The Cavs outscore the Nets 37-24.
Kuya Balong, thank you. May audio ba ako? Tingnan ko nga, may audio ba? Ay, ang layo pala, no? Tingnan ko nga. Ate Chi! Thank you, Ate Chi!
Girl with that body shit me, and I know that summer only lasts 3 months.
Ayan, okay na. Puntahan ko muna si nanay.
Highlight package, the Cavaliers were on fire in the third quarter, shooting it at 70%. They have opened up this 14-point lead. Can the Cavaliers close the show and sweep this 2-game set against the Brooklyn Nets?
Yeah, well, it's going to be an all-out effort by Harden and the group now. Cavs are going to have to really have their defensive skills sharpened because they're going to turn Harden and Kyrie loose in this fourth quarter.
13 seconds in, Dylan Windler gets called for the foul. It's deemed a shooting foul. So Harden, who has only been to the line twice, Cavs have done a nice job keeping him off that line through the last 2 games. Sinks his first. He has 16 on the evening. Tune into the championship era celebration presented by Barron. That's Monday at 7:30 when the Cavaliers take on LeBron James and the LA Lakers. That's right here at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Again, join time 7:30. We tip a little bit after 8 o'clock.
The Cavs want to continue to move the ball and bodies with it. But be aggressive, so you cannot be passive at this point in the game.
Sexton finds Allen. Allen guarded by Harden, doubled by Luwawu-Cabarrot. It does not matter as Allen scores again.
With the left hand this time.
Allen has been terrific as Harden draws a foul. It's deemed on the floor. Jarrett Allen now has 19 points off the Cavalier bench. He's grabbed 5 rebounds in traffic. No problem.
Well, he shows he can use his left hand, too. That was a nice move inside.
Harden behind his back to Green. Green from three. Windler rebound. So it's Windler, Sexton, Allen, Prince, and Okoro to open up this fourth quarter. The Cavs protect a 14-point lead.
And they play a small unit now, so they have to try to get the ball to Allen when they get an opportunity and play off of him.
Sexton stepped back and tested three, rebounded by Harris. Now it's Harden. Harden, Harris, Lawal, Cabarro, Green, and Shamet as Kyrie Irving presumably gets his final rest before the last charge here in the fourth. Shamet from the corner. Rebounded by Windler.
That's going to break because those are shots that he can hit.
Prince pulls up. Harris with the rebound. The Nets have fired 38 triples. Cavaliers 20. Harden behind the back has Green. Now Shamet. Another look. Same result. Rebounded by Okoro.
There's something about his jumper that doesn't look right because that young man can shoot the ball.
He's 0 for 6 tonight.
That's a good timeout there. Get him back into focus.
1 minute and 50 seconds into the fourth quarter. The Cavs are on top by 14.
Larry James Jr. has started a pregame ritual to wear a shirt featuring a small, locally owned business that has been negatively impacted by COVID-19.
To the National Basketball Association.
Pressure courtesy of Coors Light. How about a couple of late game performances by Colin Sexton back on January 2nd in his hometown of Atlanta. Colin was huge down the stretch in the Cavaliers' 96-91 victory. And then here 2 nights ago, 22 points in extra time, including 20 straight in a 3-minute and 46-second stretch in which he outscored the entire Nets team 20-6 and brought the Cavaliers home. Can the Cavs do it once again here tonight? Windler deals off to Allen. Allen has just been superb in his second game as a Cavalier.
Well, they need a run here. A little 5, 6, 7 point run would be great. Whoa.
Allen does, but he didn't get it off in time. It's a shot clock violation against the Cavs.
Yeah, but patience. Good patience that time. Half a second too late.
Let's check in with Angel.
John, in regards to Colin's consistency on the offensive end, Coach Bickerstaff said he's a walking bucket. There are certain people who have a knack for putting the ball in the basket all sorts of ways. The kid is not afraid of the big moments. We've seen that. He said, when we needed a basket, we went and he manufactured that basket. And that's a unique skill. If people can't respect what he brings to the game, I question their knowledge of the game.
Harden to the bucket. He has 19 points. Thank you, Angel, as the Cavalier lead has been trimmed to a dozen.
It's tough when you let him get to his strong side. He's too good that way.
Sexton looks for an answer, and that's what he gets.
And that's tough when you let Colin get into that part of the court. He knows how to finish when he gets into that lane.
Joe Harris. Lawawu Cabarro. Rebounded by Allen. That's his sixth.
Now, Cabarro, he started out with about 3 shots, and now he's kind of cooled off. Let's hope he stays that way.
Sexton off to Windler. Those two are joined by Allen, Osman, and Okoro. Allen provides the screen, and he pushed Jeff Green. Yeah. Allen gets called for the foul.
We should have went away from that play right away. As soon as you got that hesitation, that signals to you right there, go to the next man, start something new. Too much going on here, right here. It led to that. Too much stagnation. Once it happens, you got to get off the ball and go to the next thing. Start something new.
Steve Nash can wait no longer. He inserts Kyrie Irving. Irving has a game-high 27 in 25 minutes of play.
Well, he's going to turn both of those guys loose now.
Windler strips Harden. Sexton has to get over the timeline here. He's harassed by Irving, and Harden gets it to Windler. Osman's open. Osman fires. Rebounded by Okoro, who went over the back of Irving, and he got fouled. Oh, what an athletic play by Isaac Okoro.
That is called strength when you need it. Good opportunity inside there. Good shot by Jetty. Wouldn't stay down, but Okoro hustling. He takes it from Kyrie and draws the foul. Nice strength right there. Just take it. Take it, young man. That's my ball.
Okoro this season is shooting free throws at 63%. He leaves his first short.
He's a little flat. He's got to get more air under the ball.
Okoro was the number 5 overall pick in the most recent draft. Considered the top defensive player in the draft. One of his first days in camp, he said, Cleveland's just like I am. Nice, relaxing, and chill. So this city suits me just fine.
But I like his confidence in wanting to guard the toughest man on the team. I like that confidence. That permeates through the team.
Irving works on Sexton toward the bucket, double clutches, puts it up and in, and Kyrie Irving has a chance for the three-point play.
And see, there is a situation where you got to help a guy. You can't leave Colin on the island like that because Kyrie is too good of a ball handler. So somebody has to make a move towards Kyrie to force him to give the ball up. You can't let him sit there and dribble, and all 4 guys watching. Make him do something with the ball.
Irving is one of the best free throw shooters in the game. 29 of 30 this season. His lone miss actually came down the stretch here 2 nights ago, and it was a big miss at the time. Colin Sexton checks out. Darius Garland is back in the ball game. He played 15 minutes, scored 9 points, and dished out 3 assists. In here at crunch time. Allen now with 8 to go. Hands off to Osman. Jump pass to Okoro. Garland from the corner does not hesitate. Allen got a hand on it, but it comes to Brown.
And you can see what they're trying to do. They're going to force the Cavaliers to take contested shots, especially on the weak side of the ball when they swing it.
Green wants Irving, gets it there. Okoro's right on him. Okoro eventually got sealed off by a Green screen. Prince grabs a loose ball, but he double dribbled.
Well, Kyrie calls that.
Yep.
Kyrie did a good job of faking like he was going to go down the floor and then come back, and it forced the turnover by Prince. Cavs have to be careful. Don't get caught up in what's going on around it. Continue to play your game. Right there, you can see Kyrie made that move to force him to turn it over.
He lunged at Irving. He was out of the screen there, but he lunged toward where Prince wanted to go with the ball. All right, here's Harris. He's been conspicuously quiet over the last 2 games. Now Irving bounces to Green. Green finger rolls and cuts the Cavs lead to 10.
Yep. Cavs have done a good job so far at stopping some of that action. They got to continue there.
Garland directs traffic. Gives to Allen. Not a lot of movement right now out of the Cavaliers.
Everybody's slowing up here.
Shot clock all the way down to 5. Prince has to go to work. Stops, ducks under Green, leans, and gets fouled. The Cavs got bailed out there.
Yes, they did.
Green is whistled for the personal.
Team second.
Got him with the knee, I think. That left knee remained in the shooting area for Prince.
Torian Prince.
Another strong performance for Prince off that Cavalier bench.
Yeah, he's played solid. He's playing solid.
Visit the online Cavs team shop right now and get a free pair of socks with a $75 City Edition purchase. Find the best selection of official Cavs merchandise, including Nike jerseys, hoodies, tees, and much, much more at Cavs.com/shop. The Cavs were flying in the third quarter, scoring 37 points. The pace has slowed here in the fourth.
Yeah, well, the Nets have purposely done that because they're trying to slow it down so they can see if they can get into the game, because the Cavs had them at such a pace that they couldn't survive that pace, so they slowed it down.
Irving goes baseline on Prince, a reverse layup, and Irving has cut the Cavalier lead to 10.
If they're going to keep going like this and let Kyrie have one-on-one, the Cavs have to continue to score every time down the floor.
Irving has 32 points. Garland with a teardrop.
Well, this is what they have to do if they're not going to double-team Kyrie.
Andre Drummond's back on the floor. So is DeAndre Jordan, and there is Jordan at the rim on cue.
I mean, it's just simple as that. You either let Kyrie have one-on-one, which means they're going to score 90% of the time, then you have to score 90% of the time.
Irving now has 5 assists. We're halfway home here in the fourth quarter. Cavs clinging to a 10-point lead. Drummond on Jordan to the paint. Floats and scores.
Yeah, the big fella now, he has the measure of Jordan. You get that body into him and then use the little baby hook shot.
14 points, 14 rebounds. As you saw there, Irving, a hesitation move, nearly had it poked away by Drummond. Spins and uses glass.
Yeah, they keep going like this. Kyrie's going to get 50.
Cavaliers 109, Nets 99. Garland angles off a Prince screen, deals back to Prince. He gets right off the line by Brown, down the lane, got whacked and fouled.
Very good. I like Prince's game. He uses that outside threat that he set up to put the ball on the floor and get inside and draw the foul. Kyrie getting inside, up and under. He's a very talented offensive player. Darius says, I can do my own. Nice little stop and pop.
So Prince is back on the line. Torian's in his 5th season out of Baylor.
You know what, partner? I wonder if he has vengeance in his heart for being traded.
You know, it was interesting hearing both Prince and Allen right after the trade. They were asked by some of the Brooklyn media, if you were the Brooklyn front office, would you have made the deal? Both of them thought about it and said, yeah, probably. You know, they conceded that, you know, when you're in a situation where you can get a player like James Harden.
Yeah.
That's the prevailing thought right now, AC. If you can push all your chips in, get a talent like that, and have a shot for a couple of seasons, you do it, and that's exactly what the Nets have done. The Cavs, as Brown fires a 3 from the corner, the Cavs welcoming in Prince and Allen with open arms. The Cavs got right into that 4-team deal and have come out with 2 solid players.
Well, what the trade has done for the Cavs is added to what their strength, I feel. Strength in numbers. And that is what has really helped the Cavs, because now they just plug in 2 more good players to keep the ball rolling.
Okoro. I mean, you look at the Cavalier bench tonight. Allen, 19. Prince, 14. Garland, 11. As we have a whistle and a foul, it's on the Nets.
I mean, all they're playing now is 2-man games. Every time they get in a situation, Drummond or Prince, Garland, Nance, Okoro, they're doing 2-man plays, cutting, passing, and cutting. That's easy, simple basketball.
The foul is on Brown, his 3rd. Garland That doesn't go. The next foul on the Nets will put Brooklyn in the penalty. Irving's on the run. Irving downhill, puts it up. Oh, blocked by Nance. However, Nance gets called for a foul after a circus move by Irving to the hole.
That to me, it was awful close. But Kyrie doing a good job of, he got him with the body. But Kyrie is just so magical with the ball. I mean, he just has a gift that not many people have.
I think at the very end when Nance came down in that motion, may have also got Kyrie right near that elbow. You look at the scoring for Irving tonight and on the season. It's a 10-point game once again.
The Cavs have to keep this for at least another 2 minutes. Stay around double-digit lead.
Irving had 37 against the Cavs last game, 36 here tonight. Okoro on the perimeter. Spins into Irving. Nothing called. We play on. It comes to Drummond, and he gets the roll.
Big fella with a nice dead shot to make it fall in.
Harden really hasn't touched the ball all that much in this fourth quarter. We have a foul called on the Cavs. Colin Sexton is the guilty party. So the Cavs are in the penalty. The Nets will shoot free throws when we come back. Down the stretch we come here in downtown Cleveland. Cavaliers by 12. Overtime, 147, 1.
Well, I think the Cavs to not lose the game, play to win the game. I think they can take this one home, but they got to keep moving and cutting. You can't get stagnant now. Anticipation by the rookie that time. He knew where the next pass had to go, and he was ready for it. They're going to the small unit now, taking Jordan out of the game. This is where the Cavs had trouble, and they worked on it a little bit. Let's see how it works now.
Timotei Luwawu, Cabarro checks in. Harden step back three, way short. Rebounded by Sexton. Sexton's on the run upstairs for Okoro. Okoro with the finish.
That's what they have to do. Keep being aggressive. That's Colin and the rookie. Make a layup.
Colin has a team-high 9 assists to go along with 21 points.
We talked about his maturation at the beginning of the show. This is what it has come to. He is starting to understand how to play and make his teammates better.
Harris missed it. Rebounded by Drummond, his 15th. There goes Colin again. We approach the 3-minute mark of the fourth quarter. The Cavs are on top by 13. Sexton probes, deals to Drummond, has Harden down there, spins baseline, took a whack from James, and got fouled.
And there again, understanding they got a small team in there. Drummond has the advantage. Colin makes a good pass inside. Get a good play down the floor, and the rookie hangs in there long enough to make the layup. Coming down, good movement, waiting to set things up, let the big fella get a chance to get inside.
Drummond tonight is 2 for 3 from the line. Big free throw disparity. The Cavaliers have taken 29, the Nets but 14. That's what happens, I guess, AC, when you launch 43 threes and you're out around the perimeter all night long.
That's exactly right. You don't get to go to the foul line too many times.
116-102. Irving hesitates. Garland's draped on him. It doesn't matter as Irving cans it. He has 38.
Well, again, playing that 2 position, it frees him up to do his thing.
Sexton off a Garland feed to the basket. He gets fouled by Green.
Constantly cutting to the basket. Moving and cutting. That is such an important thing, especially at this point in the game, because you get to that free throw line every time.
Sexton tonight is 6 of 7 from the line. 84%. He took this feed from Garland. North-south he goes.
Yes, and he one of the best in the league at going north-south.
This man has drawn 5 fouls tonight. Boy, coming off of that big performance 2 nights ago. 22 points are nice tonight, AC, but man, you have to smile at those 9 helpers.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, we talked about it at the beginning of the show. The maturation of Colin, you can see it. He's just a different player now. He's learned how to score within the system. When you learn how to score within the system, it opens up the other 4 guys on your team to put them in play. It has a direct correlation to why his assist totals are going up.
And the Nets having a date with Miami tomorrow and sent in reserves here. Sexton drains the second. How about this? Cavaliers 118, Nets 104.
Cavs are sending a message to the rest of the league.
Chris Chiozza is defended by Isaac Okoro. Chiozza to the foul line, deals to Tyler Johnson. Perry to the paint over Drummond, missed the shot, Nance with the rebound. Oh my.
Judy was way out there that time. It's closing time.
Colin Sexton, a runner. Collin has 25. Brown runs the floor. He dunks. Under 2 minutes remain.
And you look at the Cavs, isn't it amazing, partner? When they were not healthy, the Cavs were averaging 99 points a game. Now they're coming back to health. The Cavs now are going 147 in the first game and 120 so far in this game.
Shooting 51% here this evening. And again, it was that big third quarter that really got the Cavaliers cooking. Drummond with the rebound. He dunks. Cavaliers 2 nights ago also shot it at 51%. Around as Gioza goes to the basket. Some of that on that next defense, of course, AC, as Steve Nash had said, yeah, this is going to take us a while on that defensive end. But boy, the Cavs, now with that full complement of players, particularly that bench, has...
Look at what this team has, John. They will get better. They have so many things to work on that they'll be better by the end of the season. But as the Cavs going low for themselves, the Cavs have 70 points in the paint. That is a tough number to beat for any team.
Andre Drummond checks out. Job well done. 19 points, 16 rebounds as Dean Wade sees his first action. Jalen Windler back in the ball game. Damian Dotson as well. You know, you look at players like Damian Dotson, really got the Cavs through those tough times in terms of the roster and those injuries.
Yes.
Ball ends up out of bounds. Dotson basically was the only healthy guard for about 5 games.
Believe me, if the Cavs go on to have the kind of season I think you're going to have, Dotson will be responsible for a lot of it because he held the fort down when everything was in jeopardy.
Johnson up top, intended for Perry. So the Cavs are poised to move to 8-7 on the young season, drop the Nets to 9-8. She looked at the schedule. Saw the Nets were coming to town, particularly after the acquisition.
I said, woe is me. Whole situation around with some solid play. And I think this season is the way they are constructed.
Or about a number of those other teams.
And that, again, is where the Cavs are going to have their break. It's the fact that they are, a team like Miami will get them a run because they're deep themselves. But
are loving against the Brooklyn Nets. Yuri Irving goes for 38 Cavaliers. This year we'll hear from to this one. Jeff and Campy. What else is coming up on
I am the happiest man in the world. There was a question mark on whether he'd be in.
The rebound, Clippers lead by 8. Leonard early in the clock, but he saw Ibaka inside. A whistle and a foul will be called against the Thunder. That's another former OKC player.
That's a little two-man game right there, and by throwing it up in the air. This is not what you would call a big front line for Oklahoma City. And, just being honest, this is a process for this franchise where they are starting to build it back up again from really a 10-year run that they had.
An amazing run. We'll talk more about it a little bit later. Meanwhile, Clipper legend Mike Muscala has checked in and watches current Clipper legend Paul George lay it up and in. Clippers open up at 10-point, 6 times they've done that this year in the first quarter. Shea cuts it back down to 8 with the bucket. 6:45 to play in the first quarter. George gets a screen from Ibaka. Tries to lob it inside to deflected, recovered by Baisley, and here comes Oklahoma City. Hill to Dort. A guard and 3. EG comes away with the loose ball.
George Hill was not going to attempt that layup over the top of the floor.
Another deflection inside towards the Euro foul from Batum. Stop the clock with 6:22 to play in the first quarter.
It's amazing how many words, terminology that we now put Euro in front of. We have the Euro step, now we have the Euro foul. We have Euro timeout.
What would that be?
Somebody Euro calls it timeout.
Good job, you guard. Muscala, catch and shoot free, spins off the split here. And George has it. 16-8. Clippers out in front. George accelerates. Saw a line of blue jerseys. They get it back outside to an open Ibaka for 3. And he knocks it in. Started his career as a defensive specialist. Now is a guy that can hit from above the arc.
Plays like that, if the shot doesn't go in at the end, it would be so sad. But somehow when you make great plays like that and share the basketball, the guys at the end knock them down.
Shea in the corner for 3. And Ibaka covers up the rebound. Surge with 5 points. That's the figures all but 4 games. And single-digit games back-to-back is Kawhi Leonard continues to fill it up. 7 for him.
Kawhi's going to continue to shoot over the top of George Hill if that's how they're going to match up.
Gilgeous Alexander tries to take it strong to the rim. Clippers have it. Batum to Ibaka with the mismatch. Dort comes over, leaving Kennard open, and he lays it in. Clippers out in front, 23-8 under 5 to play.
George will say, what's the deal? First I wind up with Kawhi, he shoots it, bang, he knocks it down. Now I wind up in transition with Ibaka, so they have to double. Beautiful pass.
Parish with your top 5 all the way live. I'm the bar, my weight is up, you can't press me. AD to LeBron down Main Street. Leave it at 30 like the jersey Curry collects before Draymond got sent to the showers. He was big balling with his homies like front row 40 in the Bay from Stephen or Wardell. Backdoor, 3-ball, splash. KCP, never in a daze. He was in the zone and started throwing up them trays. 7 of them in this one before half. KCP, 23 in the game. The number 2, that's where we're going. And he ain't a crook, son. He just a shook one. Utah with their 7th straight win. D. Mitch. Another 30-point game, but it's all about the assists. And number 1, tons of fun. Raw Knights outperform like Mike. Anyone, Tyson, Jordan, Jackson, action. LeBron, first 30-point game of the season. No side bets on this one, but he still called his shot. And that's your top 5 all the way live.
Clipper fans, within the Fox Sports Go app, you have access to Clippers Court Vision, powered by AWS. Clippers Court Vision lets you control and customize your live viewing experience. Select from multiple augmented reality features to transform the way you watch. Clippers Court Vision, powered by AWS, brings you closer to the game. For more information, visit foxsportsgo.com or experience it on the Fox Sports Go app now. Clippers out in front, 23-8 on 10 of 13 shooting. Gilgeous-Alexander controls for Oklahoma City. Back to Muscala for the catch and shoot 3. Rebound goes up for grabs, and Leonard has it. The 2 to Kennard. Probing the lane. Tough rebound by Ibaka, surrounded by blue jerseys, and lays it in.
It's almost like Kennard got into the lane and said, something's wrong, this is too easy. There's nobody in front of me right now. You're trying to figure out who do I pass to?
Whistle stops the clock, 4:22 to play. Here's a look at Shea. He was such a treat. He is going to be such a star in this league. There is no question about it. Front office knew it when they made the deal back in July of 19 that he would have a zenith-like rise, but it was a deal that you would make 100 times out of 100. I wish nothing but the best for Shea. This is Muscala again. Diallo to the rim and lays it home. 19 slam dunk champion.
Going back to Shea for a second, they felt probably the biggest area that he jumped up this year is his strength. He really, really worked on his body, knew he had to be able to take more contact and finish with the contact. So that's one of the areas he really concentrated on after last season.
Kennard with time and space for 3. Clippers by 15. Diallo brings it across half court for Oklahoma City. Muscala has not been shy. He's got that former employer energy going up against the Clippers. Kennard steps into a rhythmic 3 in transition. Maladon. Shea tries to get Batum off the dribble. Batum rolls off Diallo. He knocks it in. You know, there's a Batum battalion out there. Lots of people ganging up for the Batum battalion, but maybe they need to change it now to the Batum infantry.
Oh, wow. This is getting really heavy to follow.
This is from the baseline.
Infantry.
I feel like you set me up nicely in the first part of this game, and I feel like I've been I did do the same for you. Leonard to Kennard for 3. He's had good looks. They're not falling down, but boy, he has really shot the ball well. Now down to the rim, whistle. Ball knocked out of bounds.
Coming into this game, Kennard was on 51 from the floor, 52 from the three-point line, and 90 from the free throw line. And still on its way up. What an effort that time by Batum. Get a piece of that one. Going up, going up.
He's going to go take a nap now. He's going to need his sleep going forward. 2 kids under 5, good for him. Shea to the rim and lays it home. A whistle and a timeout ball by the Clippers. Out in front by 11. 2:37 to play in the first quarter. Clippers by 11 have led by as many as 17, playing as well as anybody in the league with a 5-game winning streak. They are 11 of 19 here in this first quarter. OKC just 7 for 23. Leonard backing down, fading and firing and filling it up with Kawhi Leonard now with 9.
I'm looking at the different matchups out on the floor as to who can play Kawhi Leonard. And everybody that you think of winds up giving away either inches to Kawhi or the strength factor because of ball.
Unforced error there by the Thunder. Ball goes back to the Clippers.
Watch him create this space right there, fade. How much room he's got to elevate and shoot that ball up over the top.
Until he is overwhelmed by his good start here tonight. 9 for Kawhi, 27-14. Kennard lobbed it once again. Same spot, same defender. Kawhi looking to distribute here. Good ball movement by the Clippers. Kennard to Lou. Left corner 3, in and out. Clippers 3 for 7 from above the arc, but a great possession. They just did not knock down the shot. Gilgeous-Alexander back the other way. Double ball fake. Nobody buys it, and then he turns it over. How about Kawhi saving it and then bouncing it in to Lou Williams?
Got that long arm out there, the big hand out. They got a piece of it and saved it.
Oh, my! Leads to Zubats. Look out below.
The surgeman had told him on the way out, listen, there's nobody big enough out there. Just dunk it every time.
Muscala 0 for 4. Leonard with a left-handed flush. 31-14. Maladone inside to Muscala, and he knocks it in. Muscala was a Clipper for maybe 37 minutes back in February of 2019 before being dealt to the Lakers straight up. For the man setting a screen for Lou Williams, Ivica Zubats. Zoo, step on those size 19s and take a ride.
It's what I said about Kennard before. When he turned, there was nobody there. Same thing with Sue. He turned and said, this is a free path to the front of the rim.
Shea picked up by his one-time teammate. Tries to get around him. Zoo does well, blocks the shot. A 1 second difference between the two timers. The Clippers will take the lead into the second quarter. Question is, by how much? Lou stands motionless. Gives the senior a catch and shoot three. Bucket! And the Clippers lead by 20. 3 seconds to play in the quarter. Diallo gets to the rim and lays it in. Ahead of the horn. But the Clippers have doubled up the Thunder in the first quarter, 36-18. Back to the table after this. Oklahoma City wins the tap. They'll have it to start the fourth and final frame. There's Shea Gilgeous-Alexander gives to the veteran George Hill. Splits a pair of defenders. The Oklahoma City Thunder open up scoring for Oklahoma City and now continues to expand on his game. He has been a real delight for OKC. George, a former Thunder player, leads it in with 2.
Just showed me that Roby had no idea with peripheral vision who was running at him. He never hesitated with the defender basically in his face.
What a move by Paul George for the second bucket for the Clippers. Clippers will play the Thunder on Sunday afternoon and then head out for a very lengthy road trip as George Hill knocks down his second bucket. Leonard, speak of the devil, Kawhi on the move. And tries to replicate the same play from Paul George and does. You expect what you're expecting. But now he is ready to go and he's open for 3. Makes the extra pass. Leonard for 3. And Clippers lead 12-6. Timeout Oklahoma City.
Really the great 10-year run that they had.
An amazing run. We'll talk more about it a little bit later. Meanwhile, Clipper legend Mike Muscala has checked in and watches current Clipper legend Paul George. Clippers open up a 10-point lead. 6th time they've done that this year in the first quarter. Shea cuts it back down to 8. Batum to Ibaka with the mismatch. Dort comes over, leading Kennard open and he lays it in. Clippers out in front 20. Clippers by 18 as we move to the second quarter. Well, on January 7th, the city lost an icon and baseball lost an ambassador in Tommy Lasorda. On Tuesday, it had a celebration of life, and it's somebody that has been near and dear to your heart for 40 years.
So fortunate to meet the man many years ago, and his wife Jo, daughter Laura, granddaughter Emily, felt that Tommy needed one more trip around Dodger Stadium and should visit the mound one more time. So the Dodgers, who have been incredibly great to the Lasorda family, opened up the stadium, and with former players, close friends, relatives, they went back and visited. We took the cast, put it on the mound one more time. Bobby Valentine, Eric Harris, a number of his players were there to speak. And it was just a great day. I was introduced to Tommy Lasorda the day I was named head coach in Atlanta of the Hawks. The Dodgers were playing, and I was on the field doing an interview, and Tommy walked over and said to somebody, "Who is that?" I said, "It's the new head coach of the Hawks." I said, "What's his name?" I said, "Tell him." I said, "Is he Italian?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "I'll do the interview." He took the mic and did the interview on TV.
A personality that was larger than life, and as I mentioned, baseball lost maybe its best ambassador. We get back to action here. I'm glad that you were in town, able to say goodbye to your friend one more time. Paul George to Kennard. Clippers out in front by 15, if led by as many as 20. George walled off, struck his pivot, but it's called the Clippers.
Well, Paul George might say something to you, Fisher. What about the bump that I got from the defender that may have helped cause that travel?
The one thing that is always concerning when you go up against a team like Oklahoma City is that if they get any kind of confidence, you could be in for a long evening. We've gotten off to a decent start here in this second quarter. Maladoni to the paint. Zubac with the rebound.
What you said, Brian, is that sometimes teams will come in and overlook them because Zoo with the two-handed throwdown once again at the front of the rim. will say the team sometimes will overlook them, feeling that this team will have a win tonight. But when they get feeling that this is one of our nights tonight, we hang in. Then all of a sudden they start making shots and they believe in themselves.
Lou Williams down the lane. Oh, a graceful glide. Blessed with finesse. And Lou Williams lays it up and in his first bucket tonight. Kenrich Williams. Lazily picked up by Morris. Seat back to Williams for a look at a three. In and out. And Zubats gobbles up his second rebound. Beverly runs the show. Hesitation move, gets to the rim, a whistle and a foul. And Pat Beverly will go to the line for a couple of free throws. Time out for the Morongo Good Times moment.
Watch Lou with the ball goes behind his back, and there's the throwdown by Zoo. In the middle of the two blue jerseys, emphatically throws it down with both hands.
Zoo playing very well, 11 points, 12 rebounds in that win over Sacramento a couple of nights ago. Beverly with the first of two free throws leaves it short. Time now for a word from Jack of the Box.
Introducing my brand new chicken, my juicy, thickest.
1 out of 2 for Pat Beverly. Down in front by 18 and led by as many as 20. They are 8-1. They're leading by 20 or more. I bring it up. The city has not been trailing by 20. They did that against Chicago. Basically on the second effort, cannot get into the ball. Yikes. Oklahoma City 1 for 16 from above the arc. They ranked 29th in the league in three-point percentage. Paul George, little mid-range jumper. The Clippers reclaim that 20-point cushion.
Now that's why I talked about the strength before with Shea. The younger guys that don't have that upper body strength, guys like Portland and Kawhi, they just push him off and create space. And you thought he was going to throw that one down, didn't you?
It's racing for impact. He can throw it down. He is a talented young man. He's on a beat to Zubats. Clippers by 20. 9 minutes to play here in the first quarter. Diallo will go to the stripe for a couple of free throws. Third pick back in 2019. There is Mark Dagnall. First year on the sidelines for Oklahoma City, replacing Billy Donovan after 5 years. Take a look at the three-point shooting here for the Clippers. They are number 1 with a bullet. Oklahoma City struggling a little bit tonight. It's worth pointing out, Clippers lead the league in three-point shooting and had one of the worst nights from above the arc in NBA history. And that game against Dallas that we've all forgotten about, but they went 4 for 33 in a game. Fifth worst shooting night in history. Lou Williams puts up the shot and it is fouled by Diallo. He'll go to the line for a couple.
So you're saying despite that game, they still are number 1 in the league?
I'm going to try to use this word properly. I think it is not used properly many times, but I think it is ironic that the Clippers had one of the worst three-point shooting nights in league history and yet lead the league at 44%, one of the best starts in league history. Did I use that, Professor Fratello?
You certainly did. Yes, you did. It really cleared the picture up for me. It impresses me. Take that game out of there and imagine how great they're shooting.
Not only would the numbers from the three-point shot be a couple percentage points higher, but if you took that game out, which they all count, hey, listen, you got to pay the due. The efficiency numbers all across the board spike in a big way, but they have to own it. They play well against Dallas. Mavericks made them pay. Baisley knocks down the jumper, 45-28. Clippers out in front. George Karl's office, like if there was a blemish on his scorecard against the Kings, and he had a terrific line all the way across the board. He did have 6 turnovers in that game.
Watching Brian, this young team, Oklahoma City, so many of their bodies are going to develop over the next 2 or 3 seasons as they get bigger and stronger and tougher to be able to compete against teams like the Clippers that have better guys been around for a while that are physically developed, and it makes a world of difference.
Zoo is physically developed. He is flexing his muscles against Oklahoma City, and I, for one, love it. I've been waiting for him to find that comfort level. You and I touched on it in our open. He looks terrific here the last couple of ball games. And he gets a friendly roll coming out. The Coors Light beating the pressure. Paul George. 3-point shooting. We're talking about it. Look at that, Czar. Best in 10 years as a start, with the Clippers at 44.1%.
Do you think you can keep up that pace for an entire season?
If I'm being honest, I would say probably not. You've got 8 guys that are shooting career-high numbers from above the arc. There'll be a regression, but the thing about it is the shots that they are getting are all really good shots that you would encourage them to take nevertheless. Is Luke Kennard going to hit 50% of his threes? No, but he's going to hit over 40.
If they were forcing up shots, there's a little pick up the pocket right there and the ability to finish all over the top.
49-28. Baisley had time, but not feeling confident. Krzyzewski drives into the paint. Skips it to Diallo. Back to Baisley with the shot clock into single digits. Not there. Rebound goes to Beverly. Back in the corner to George. And catch and shoot 3. He rolls to finish and throws it in. 52-20. Clippers out in front.
When you feel good about yourself, you don't even hesitate. Paul George, let it fly.
Yep, that was the shortest review.
Good, because the last one was way much. We can't get on him too bad because he's
I
missed,
know he has.
he's missed maybe 2 or 3 in this quarter, but he's made about 4 or 5. There you go. Makes the second one. We're okay, Spurs Nation. Breathe.
Now I'm looking at the ticker.
Spurs Nation, thank you for hanging out with us. If you're just joining us right now, thank you for hanging out with us in the crunch time of this game. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss any future watch parties after the buzzer shows or Tuesday nights 7:30 OOC Live, where we have a lot of fun talking about the week that was in Spurs basketball. Make sure you subscribe as we watch this countdown here. He's okay, man. DeMar's okay.
Yeah, that's game.
Yeah, man, dude. Jalen Brunson. If anyone, it's got to be Jalen Brunson. It's a 2-possession game again.
DeRozan completely lost him that play.
And Luka with that little turnaround off the glass. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Damn it. What do we got to do here?
Trey.
Is it our ball?
Yeah, I mean, we're down 6 with the ball.
At half, right?
Yeah. Time. We call it timeout.
We got to get a quick 3-ball out. Got to knock it down. And then we got to foul, put them at the free throw line. They're not in the bonus yet, so we actually have to foul a few times. Man, that was a big shot by Jalen Brunson. Got to give him some credit. Is DeMar okay?
Yep, that was the shortest review.
Good, because the last one was Wade's right now together. Rudy Gay makes the jumper. Okay, Rudy cuts it to
Mavericks have missed their last 5 shots. Kicks it out wide open, Brunson. 118, 112. Brunson, 16 on the night, his third 3. And the Mavericks
Feeds it to Brown. No stopping. Feeds it to Brown. No stopping. Feeds it to Brown. No stopping. Feeds it to.
Yep, that was the shortest review.
good, because the last one was Wade. Go, baby. Let's get a stop. Let's foul. Let's get a steal. Let's get something. We fouled him. Woo! I can't take it anymore, Maddie. I can't take it anymore.
Dude,
Oh my gosh. Spurs Nation, please hit the like button, subscribe to our channel. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, all that good stuff. 6 men. Our 6 men are actually voting on our watch parties in February. Go become a 6-man member of OOCSpurs.com.
This dude. Spurs. We don't even. Spurs. He's saying the Spurs are ass. We don't even have half our starters. Neither do we.
Yeah, neither do we. Is Heath? Are you a Dallas fan, bro? Good for you. Good for you. That's cute.
Yeah.
Whenever people tell me they're Maverick fans, I go, "That's cute."
Hey, there's a genuine respect between Mavericks and Spurs fans. It's the Rockets that I don't have.
Yeah, that's why I'm not getting on them too bad. Yeah, like Dallas there is a respect there. We respect y'all. If you don't know that, Heath, we don't talk mess about each other anymore because y'all won a ring, so we respect you a little bit. And obviously, Dirk is the man. We gave Dirk the best send-off anybody could ask for. His last game was here against the Spurs, right? The last game. So, I mean, we gave him a hell of a send-off. Shout out Dirk Nowitzki, man. Hall of Famer. But yeah, go Spurs, go, man. Get the hell out of here. I'm just playing. You're welcome.
Welcome to subscribe and join us, man.
Yeah, anytime, man. Anytime. We like, especially during these games, bro. You're always welcome to come talk smack to us during a Spurs Dallas game for sure.
Oh, yeah, man. We got a lot of people in here right now, man. Make sure you subscribe to OOC Spurs. We have more watch parties coming in the future. If you want to vote on them, go to OOCSpurs.com, become a member, and vote for which watch parties you choose.
And a lot more. And a lot more.
And a lot more. You got discounts on merchandise. You get a shout out at the end of every video.
A lot of
lots
stuff.
Of love.
Yeah, lots of love going back to our 6 men. And I believe that is the game. Spurs lose by 5 to the Dallas Mavericks. DeMar DeRozan, 29 points. LaMarcus Aldridge, 26 points. When was the last time those two guys were like our two big guns in a game? It hasn't been this season. Luka Doncic is going to walk away with 36. Tim Hardaway, 21. Kristaps, 21. Where's homeboy? The other Maverick deserves a lot of credit. Brunson. I don't know what Brunson's final stat line is, but he played very well. Spurs take the loss in a close one. Spurs Nation, how are you feeling about this game right now? How does this game set you? Does it set you in a panic? Does it set you in a fiery rage? Are you okay? Can you swallow this loss? Can you move on? Spurs have, I think, the Wizards on Sunday, right? So we got a day to think about this, and then we got to come back. We got to play the Wizards against Denny Avdia, against that guy that Spurs Nation likes, and Russell Westbrook and Bradley Beal, all those guys. But Maddie, I think everybody in this chat room right now just wants to make sure that you're going to be okay. Talk to us, Maddie. Are you going to be okay?
Yeah, I mean, I will. Yeah, I'm glad they fought back. I'm proud they fought back. It wasn't a total disaster, but they can't keep shooting themselves in the foot. They can't keep making. I don't know. It's a consistency thing, man. That's what I said. They're not a consistent team. They're not going to be a consistent team. That's why when we were the 5th seed, I was happy. I was definitely happy about it, but I wasn't. Yep, that was the shortest review.
Good.
Inside the going to Oklahoma City. They had their pieces when they got there with Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook. They would later draft James Harden in consecutive drafts. Twitchell fouled away from Paul George against the Clippers. But they had a terrific progression. This is a short stay for them. Timeout. Back to Staples after this.
Hey, Clippers lead the Thunder. The course, teammates with the Oklahoma City Thunder before joining forces here in Los Angeles. And he sees his good friend with a different look in his eye this season. He said this morning, shoot around, he's on another level. His focus right now is through the roof. He wants to prove people wrong and prove himself right. He wants to be the best Paul George he can be. 16 points early on in this one, and I'd say about a quarter into the season, he's done just that, guys. Already getting MVP conversation surrounding Paul George right now.
Well, I don't have any doubts that he is a top 5 player in the league so far this season, and it's a real credit to him and his ability to move past the coaching staff, giving him the right frame of mind as well. Whistle and a foul. Under 2 minutes to play here in this first half.
The one thing I really agree with that she just mentioned is the focus that he has. I think each night that he's come out, he is zeroed in on what his assignment is, zeroed in on what they're trying to accomplish as a team, and it's been a real good ride thus far.
Kawhi Leonard will go to the free throw line. He has 15 points here tonight. Clippers out in front 66-45. Now a quick word from Sweet James.
Not all personal injury law firms are the same. Experience counts. Results matter. If your case is important to you, call us now for a free consultation.
His last year with Oklahoma City was as good of a year as you could ever hope to have as a basketball player. Ended up having double shoulder surgery, and that's what kind of caused the delay for him at the start of the season. He's healthy, and the results are there. Still just Alexander to Baisley for a corner 3. It's the 6th for Oklahoma City. However, they have needed 25 attempts to get there. Clippers by 20.
See what happens when you let the ball penetrate the lane, how the defense collapses to protect the front of the rim, and that opens up perimeter shooters.
Leonard works on Dort. Skips it over to Kennard. Ibaka with the rebound, doing work inside. He is 5 for 5 in this first half.
Serge is liking this, playing by himself in front of the rim, going up, getting offensive rebound, and put it right back in.
Dort drives it on Leonard. Gets a great screen from Roby and finishes. We saw Dort as a defender last year. Only shot 29% from above the arc. This year, over 40. And the coaching staff very high on him, thinking that is a sustainable number for him. He has been very impressive in the first 13 games of this season. 38 seconds to play. The rapidly moving first half. Clippers by 20. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is pouring it on here in the second quarter. He has 16 points and 5 assists. Leonard going 2 for 1. Believing that he was fouled. Campaigns to nobody. Does not work. The ball goes back to Oklahoma City.
I think there was no response. He looked over and like, hey, I was going to pull that. And play goes on.
2. Take a seat. Clippers out of front by 17. Have led by as many as 27. Gilgeous-Alexander walled off by Morris. Deflected by Kennard. Dort under duress with 7 to shoot. 3 seconds on the 2-timers. Baisley, a catch and shoot 3. But Ibaka has it, gets it ahead to George. He's beaten the buzzer a couple of times. This is there. 70-53 will be the score at the break. Clippers on top of Oklahoma City. Paul George looking very impressive here in this first half.
Big scoring quarter for OKC to get back in the game.
it's amazing. I mean, that's why he's probably the best scorer in this game right now.
Amazing. My brother called me. We play a lot of video games, so he called me and told me, Kobe had 81. And so I told everybody at the table. They're like, no. So I was like, they were talking about the video game. Hold on, let me call him back. So I called him back, like, nah, in the real game. So, video game type stuff he was doing.
I saw it on classic games. I watched his 81-point game, and it was like crazy that he just really went out there and scored 81. And I think he could have scored more if he stayed in the game.
I thought it was a mistake, actually. I think I read it on the ticker somewhere, and I saw 81. And I was like, no, that's not right. And I was amazed. I thought it was a typo, definitely a typo, but I was amazed. Something incredible.
I woke up the next day. I just turned on ESPN and it just said Kobe 81, and that's all I saw on the ticker. And I was like, this can't be right. I was like, I just started flipping through channels, and I turned back, and they started showing highlights of every point that he scored. I just couldn't believe it. 26 in the first half. And you do the math. Listen, I mean, that's just ridiculous. I mean, it's just credit to one of the greatest players that ever played the game. So it's crazy.
For Oklahoma City, and now continues to expand on his game. He has been a real delight for OKC. George, a former Thunder player, leaves it into 2.
Just showed me that Roby had no idea with peripheral vision who was running at him. He never hesitated with the defender basically in his face.
What a move by Paul George for the second bucket for the Clippers. Clippers will play the Thunder on Sunday afternoon and then head out for a very lengthy road trip as George Hill knocks down the current Clipper legend Paul George, lay it up and in. Clippers open up a 10-point lead. 6th time they've done that this year in the first quarter. Shea cuts it back down to 8. KC just 7 for 23. Leonard backing down, fading and firing and filling it up. And Kawhi Leonard now with 9. Double ball fake. Nobody buys it, and then he turns it over. How about Kawhi saving it and then bouncing it in to Lou Williams?
Got that long arm out there, the big hand out. They got a piece of it and saved it.
Oh, my! Leads to Zubats. Look out below.
On the way out, listen, there's nobody big enough out there. Just dunk it every time.
Muscala, 0 for 4. Leonard with a left-handed flush. 31-14. Maladone inside to Muscala. And he knocks it in. For the man setting a screen for Lou Williams, the beat to Zubats. Step on those size 19 and take a ride. And the Clippers lead by 20. 3 seconds to play in the quarter. Diallo gets to the rim and lays it in.
Players were there to speak. And what just a great day. I was introduced to Tommy Lasorda the day I was named head coach in Atlanta. What you said, Brian, is that sometimes teams will come in and overlook them because Zoom with the two-handed throwdown once again at the front of the rim. And all of a sudden they start making shots and they believe in themselves.
Lou Williams down the lane. Oh, a graceful glide. Blessed with finesse. Efficiency numbers all across the board spike in a big way. But they have to own it. Didn't play well against Dallas. Average made him pay. Back to Baisley with the shot clock into single digits. Not there. Rebound goes to Beverly. Back in the corner to George. A catch and shoot 3. He holds the finish and throws it in.
Boy, Phantom, this ain't a ghost. Had to take the weight. And then they told. No sympathy.
From the first half.
Yeah. We ain't giving out smoke, we giving out them button fluid. Spin it every day, every night.
Back. Y'all can't even trap nothing. Big boy. Rocking ice like I was trying to make a knot.
Fieldhouse, it's time now for the Taco Bell take. Taking a look at the game the late Kobe Bryant had 15 years ago tonight, January 22nd, 2006. 81 points. Austin Carr.
He was a master at the game. I mean, he played the game with passion. I love watching Kobe play every time. He was worth the price of admission.
122-104 victory over Toronto as meanwhile we're back underway. That ball's knocked out of Nance's hands by Kyrie Irving. Over the baseline it goes. Cavs ball. That's the good news. The bad news is that the Cavs have only 1.7 seconds with which to work.
Just catching a touch shot.
Osmond has trouble getting it in. Finds Nance. He'll fire. Rebounded by Brown. Out come the Nets. Harden, Brown, Jordan, Shamet, and Irving. Harden lobbing. Whoa, what up top for Jordan, and Jordan throws it down.
Well, every time they get Drummond in that position, he has to protect the drive. And once he steps out to protect the drive, the big man rolls to the basket. That's a tough play for him to defend. You have to get somebody in front of him. Whoa!
Nance with an answer as Larry Nance on the business end of the Andre Drummond alley-oop.
Well, Drummond says, okay, you can get me, I can get you back. Larry Nance throws that hammer down.
Cavaliers are back up by 5. 2:15 to go in the first half.
Partner, this team is still already taking 26 three-point shots already. Amazing.
They have hit 10, have the Nets. Harden splits a double. Cavalier debut, Harris. Batum for three. Bucket for Nicholas Batum. 9 for Batum. And the Clippers lead 75-56.
Batum never hesitated. Just about touched his hands and was out of his hands and gone.
Whistle, the foul stops the clock. 9:48 to play. Time now for the All-State Good Hands play.
Patrick Beverly knocks it away, then on the ground, scrambles after, comes up with it, gets it going, so his team can go down and make the right play at the other end of the floor. So Beverly saved it, got it going, swung it to the open man.
Hill. Dort. Walled off, tripped up, loses the ball. Leonard to Batum, fakes the three, bounces inside. The foul.
Serge was affected by the rim because there was nobody else jumping in front of him.
Serge missed the game with an illness. Had some foul trouble in the game prior, but out of rhythm. He's in very much a good rhythm here tonight. 13 points and 9 rebounds, and again has taken and made all 6 of his shots. Clippers up comfortably here in the third, looking to run through the tape. Time now for Give It Everything, brought to you by Kia. This is pretty good. If you're new to the game of basketball, these are good numbers. The offensive rating is incredible. The three-point shooting, wow. But the way they have played has been impressive. Yes, the numbers are good, but the style with which that they are playing, moving the ball, the defense is starting to come around. It has been very impressive.
See, from a coaching standpoint, we would have mentioned the first one first, which is point differential. Because that means you're playing well at both ends of the floor. What you're scoring and what you're giving up.
Pat Beverly wants to review this off on foul. Take a look. Oh, and they will send this. As they contact the law offices of James McGill to litigate on their behalf. 9:09 to play in the third. Back after this. Challenge brought to you by Sweet James, and it was unsuccessful. They have ruled against Pat Beverly. Here is the play in question.
So does that left arm hold him off from blocking the shot? There you see the left arm hold Ibaka off.
Pat tried to get the reasoning behind what the foul was called on him. I think he got a satisfactory answer. really, whatever he does, it ends up making me laugh. He comes in and gets the rebound. 77-56. So, he missed free throws. No harm in just one foul. Leonard back down on George. He's got the hope to slow him down, but doesn't have the ability to stop that doo-doo.
Would you say that in all the games you've watched thus far this season, this perhaps may be the most post-ups that you've seen out of the Clippers?
That's an interesting observation. So are you sure going to coach Jay Gilgeous-Alexander a whistle at a foul?
I know we talked about posting up, right? Do they have a person to go to? And obviously, there's different guys out there that can post up depending on who the matchup is.
The question was, when they potentially, if they regress from 44% shooting, would they be able to find some easy buckets? Quick word from Hyundai.
Up to 3 years of complimentary maintenance. It's yours on every new Hyundai.
Shea makes both free throws. It is just a question that I wanted for you to pontificate about.
Well, I'm watching tonight, and I'm saying, I don't remember this many post-ups in a game by the Clippers of the games that I have been here and been able to do, and ones that I've seen.
Another post-up. Good ball movement for the Clippers. Ibaka for three. Rebound poked nearly out of bounds. Great hustle from George Hill. Oklahoma City back the other way, trailing by 21. Thunder scored the first bucket of the ball game. That was the last time they led. George for three. Long rebound. Corralled by Pat Beverly. Kawhi tries to get around Hill with 6 to shoot. And knocks it down.
And I would call that another semi-post-up. He got him down into that low post area, then came back to the middle, wound up fading into the foul line when he landed, but still it started out as a post-up.
21 points for Kawhi Leonard, 23 minutes played. Shea, a contested shot, no. Ibaka with the rebound. He has a double-double. Beverly. Leonard directing traffic. Wants an ISO on Hill. Dort lurking into the paint. Touch pass to Beverly. Good closeout by Dort. Ball goes halfway down, rattles out. Clippers 8 for 22 from above the arc, well below their season average of 44%. Roby inside, flushes it in. Clippers shooting 58%. That has come down since halftime. Batum lobs it to George, and mid-flight lays it in.
All in one move. Throw it up there. George elevates, catches, and puts it up off the glass to score.
Clippers out in front, 83-60. Timeout on the floor, 6.5 to play here in the third quarter. Batum showing his kids how to share. Before the game, download the Chick-fil-A app for contactless mobile ordering and contactless pay. Visit clippers.com/eat more chicken. That's eat more chicken for details. Because a little distance can show a lot of care. Ty Lue liking what he sees. So win tonight by the Clippers. Lakers and Clippers beside the top. The Western Conference, a long way to go. George out of the timeout. Barnstorms the lane, puts it back inside the rookie, and enticing his defender to fly by, and he lays it in.
And Ty Lue's just going to have to keep his eye on the score and make sure that Oklahoma City doesn't get one of those little runs that gets him back and he sees OKC energized all of a sudden, because you got your hands full sometimes.
Kennard was zagging. Paul George thought he was going to zig, and the ball goes out of bounds. It's the 10th turnover here for the Clippers.
And that's what starts the runs. Okay, Oklahoma City gets a bucket. Then Clips come down, turn it over. Now Oklahoma City comes back. If they get another basket, now all of a sudden you have the momentum shift.
Clippers do lead by 21, have led by as many as 27. Jordan. Walled off by Kennard. Roby gives to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, surrounded by the long arms of Leonard. Good ball movement here by the Thunder, and Dort cashes in a trade, so a quick 5-0 run for Oklahoma City. Leonard will take his time across half court, 5:30 to play. Kennard sets a screen, really able to free Leonard. A re-screen, and now on the switch picked up by Gilgeous-Alexander. Spins, gives to Batum. Leonard. Rugby tears it out of the hands of Ibaka. Shai down the lane and glides in for the score. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander now with 20 to go along with 7 assists.
Shai saw the big man in front of him, knew that's the time to drive it to the basket. The big man is not going to move his feet fast enough to stay in front of him. Recognizing who's guarding you and what you can do against that person. Ibaka out there trying to guard at the three-point line, that's an easy one for Shai to blow by.
It was so impressive, his poise, his maturity. The coaching staff would always talk about how coachable he was, and they got on him, and he responded very well. Well, George takes a seat. Kennard now free for 3. Ibaka inside. He has 17 points and 11 rebounds.
Yeah, you do all that hard work on the inside, that'll stop that run that Oklahoma City had.
85-67, Clippers in control. Dort tries to cross over Kennard. A leaping leaner is good. So Dort now with the dozen. He averages 13 on the season. He's had back-to-back games with 20. Whistle foul inside, stops the clock, 4:17 to play here in the third.
Serge doing all the hard work on the inside, gathers himself, doesn't try and rush it, winds up finishing strong.
This is the third straight game without a dominant center in the lineup for the opposition. Miles Turner for the Pacers was out with a hand injury. Marvin Bagley, a gifted player, but not that dominant center up front. Here against Oklahoma City, Mike Muscala might be the tallest player on the floor. Skip pass to Beverly with 3 to shoot. Gives to Leonard, ahead of the horn. An unfriendly roll at home, 85-69.
So do you want me to bring the question up? Are we running out of legitimate centers in the NBA because of the new style of play?
It's an interesting question as Dort knocks it in, and the Thunder trying to turn a spark into a flame here. 85-72, timeout Clippers. Look pretty good, but here in the third quarter, the Thunder are 7 of 9 from the field and have battled back from trailing by as many as 27. A bucket here, they should cut it down to 10. Muscala for 3, and there it is. So now Oklahoma City brimming with confidence with over 15 minutes remaining in the game.
And that was a decision that Ty Lue had to make. How long am I going to let this go before I take the time out? You always question yourself, is it the right move? Did I wait too long? Did I take it too soon?
Leonard turns the corner. An aggressive drive to the rim. A whistle and a foul stops the clock with 3:15 to play. Kawhi will strut to the stripe here for a couple of free throws. Marcus Morris Sr. and Lou Williams getting set to check into the lineup. Kawhi Leonard with 21 points. Leads all for the Clippers and in the game. 88% on the year from the free throw line. Now it's the word from Cedar Sinai.
Here for the athletes, the fans, and all your MVPs. Cedar Sinai, we're right here.
One more coming here for Kawhi Leonard. Here in the quarter, Oklahoma City, I mentioned, they are now 8 of 10 and about scored the Clippers 22-16. They were just kind of jabbing their way back into this one, going back to the second quarter. And now they feel very good about themselves. Muscala walled off by Leonard. Beverly inviting Gilgeous Alexander to the baseline. He obliges, fires a 15-footer. He's very adept in the mid-range. Leonard comes away with the loose ball. He too adept in the mid-range. Misfires there. Rebound post around. You can see a sense of urgency now forming for the Clippers. They've got to find a way to extinguish this flame that is Oklahoma City. Diallo inside, very good at the rim, but boy, struggled there.
Brian, we've seen in the past that a three-pointer right about now is what normally would happen, but tonight happens to be one of those nights where the Clippers are struggling shooting the basketball from behind the three-point line.
8 of 25, Leonard, is up and in. 89-75, scratches the Clippers right where they is.
Can't make the three, they'll take that post-up move by Kawhi.
Late in the clock for Oklahoma City. Gilgeous Alexander spins. Great contest by Leonard. And Marcus Morris Sr. has the loose ball for the Clippers. Leading by 14, have led by as many as 27 back in the first half. Kawhi wants an ISO. We've seen more isolation here tonight than we have seen in probably every other game. Shea knocks Leonard to his wall and a whistle and a foul. Shea head of the citation.
Well, last time that they ISO'd, watch where Kawhi gets to, turns away from the defensive body, gets the shot up before Muscala can come and block it.
Kawhi goes back to the free throw line. He's been there 6 times here so far tonight. Clippers by 14. This Sunday afternoon, the Clippers, guess what, back on the court against this very Oklahoma City Thunder game. Clippers live pregame coverage begins at 12:30 on Prime Ticket and Fox Sports San Diego. Also streaming on Fox Sports Go. Clippers head out on the road. Atlanta, Miami, Orlando, New York, Brooklyn, and Cleveland. Don't look now, Star. But your adopted hometown of the Cleveland Cavaliers have upended the Brooklyn Nets consecutive times.
Well, Cleveland has played well. They've been extremely short-handed up to this point. This is 3 or 4. We see a three-pointer by Muscala down there. And it was just a matter of time. They were hanging in games right around the 500 mark as far as their record goes. But when they got some bodies back, bodies, meaning physical bodies, it was just going to be like, wow, this is something new. We have some depth now. We can play different lineups now. And all of a sudden, they played extremely well.
Diallo picked up by Zubac, fires a mid-range jumper, and Zoo lassos in the loose ball. 91-78. Great screen by Zoo. Freeing Leonard at the foul line. Wants a whistle, doesn't get it. And then is run over by Diallo, but he's not going to get the call. It'll be a foul against Kawhi Leonard. He does not lend much of an argument.
He didn't argue very much on that one. He knew he kind of moved in the path of the dribbler, so that's where the block was going to get called. Kawhi tries to slide to his right, actually puts his knee out there, and that's where the collision takes place.
Oklahoma City will have the ball to start the fourth quarter as well. So an interesting potential 3-for-1 for Oklahoma City. Muscala is aware of it, pasting up a deep three. One-handed rebound by Leonard. And the ball deflected, luckily for the Clippers, into the ready hands of Pat Beverly.
You have to communicate to your teammate that somebody's coming up from behind them so he knows.
Who taking time off the ticker. Leans into his defender, not a great possession. Oklahoma City with momentum and has a chance to close out here. And they turn it over. 3 seconds to play in the quarter. Leonard ahead of the horn. No! The Clippers holding on to a 13-point lead, but Oklahoma City alive and well here in downtown Los Angeles. Time now for the Nissan Game Break with Jeannie Zelasco and Corey Maggette. Brought to you by Honey. The turnover to start out this fourth quarter for Oklahoma City. Clippers with just 21 points in that third frame, a frame that they have dominated certainly during this 5-game winning streak. It's the lowest scoring third quarter of the season, yet they still lead by 13. George curling, driving, colliding. A whistle sends him to the line for a couple of free throws.
When you're looking at the stats, the Clippers are dominating almost every category except bench points, where it's a 22-19 advantage for Oklahoma City. The number of assists, 21-17, and then three-point field goal percentage. Suddenly, Oklahoma City's at 35 and the Clippers at 31.
Don't miss a second of the action. Place a deposit today for first in line privileges to 2021. 22 season tickets. Go to clippers.com/season tickets to secure your Clipper Nation MVP membership presented by City National Bank today. Czar, I have Oklahoma City 2 for 20 from above the arc in the first half. They are now 10 of their last 14. Does that sound about right?
That's pretty darn good shooting. And as you mentioned, maybe 1 point with 10 for 12 right in the quarter.
Diallo gets around his airborne defender and Lou Williams. Rebound and bound out to Pat Beverly, and the Clippers holding on to a 15-point lead. A couple of empty possessions for to start the fourth, and now Lou Williams draws the foul. So the Clippers trying to jab their way back on top. Again, they've led by as many as 27.
Keep attacking, put the ball on the floor, pick up personal fouls, and eventually you will get to the free. For those bonus free throws.
So great bonus last year. Let them and now Marcus Morris, senior, getting in. Pretty sweet haircut by Williams. Just by Foskieps, fires a jumper and knocks it in. 95-78. Still work to do with the Clippers regaining that hefty advantage that they had. Ball movement once again by Oklahoma City, and boy, Muscala knocks down another three. He has 11 off the bench for the Thunder.
The ball finds the guy that has the hot hand so often, and going to Muscala, they know he will take and make threes.
Senior again steps away. Dubas over the back. 95-81 Clippers, 9:38 to play in the game. Batum back into the lineup, and Zoom checks out. 8 points, 6 rebounds in 15 minutes.
So what you have is a smaller team out there now. Morris is the 5-man.
It's a lineup that they wanted. It's 8-12 for 48 minutes. George to the cup, whistle, and a foul.
Well, George, trying to get back to what was going on during the early quarters of the game when the Clippers were beating Oklahoma City off the dribble all the time. They're in the attack mode.
We have seen, I mentioned this earlier, more isolation than we have seen maybe all season long. with the shot not going down, is that a good way to remedy a bad shooting night from above?
Well, you preach ball movement, sharing the basketball, and that should lead to open shots, which it has. But now suddenly the ball movement has stopped, and as you mentioned, it's turned more into, all right, my turn to go. Next time might be your turn to go, but it's not coming as a result of ball movement. It's coming as a result of individuals deciding that they're going to get in the attack mode to attack the basket.
Clippers led by 20 in the first quarter. Oklahoma City has hung tough here tonight. Whistle and a foul away from the ball, under 9 to play. By the way, any whistle against Oklahoma City the rest of the way, and the Clippers will be at the free throw. Look to take advantage of that. They've been to the stripe 20 times. Made fans, if you can't like T-Mobile, download the Clippers will be going all over the country starting on Tuesday. Atlanta, very good. The Clippers last year without Trae Young. Alado accelerates down the lane, gives to Diallo. He's aggressive around the rim and moves it inside, stepping defenders.
Sure did. Batum stepped up to try and pick up a charge. He just stepped up. It's got a chance of going in. Watch.
Free throws taken tonight. Not something that has been in the favor for the Clippers here in this young season. 10 to shoot for Oklahoma City. Shea drives on Beverly. A whistle and a foul. I would ask Pat Beverly about Shea during his rookie year. I said, what are you like in practice? He goes, well, when I'm in practice, I'm Pat. And when practice or the ball is dead, I think what he meant to say was he was a nice version. When the ball was live, he 50 to 60 times. Great strip by senior out of bounds. 6 seconds to shoot for Oklahoma City. You know the advice that Pat gave Shea?
What did he tell him?
He said, get a PlayStation or an Xbox and get NBA 2K. And that will teach you about your opponent's tendencies. So he encouraged the youngsters to play video games.
Scouting report.
That's what he did. Yes. How about that? Roby taps it up at him. Did you ever tell your players to grab an Atari 2600?
I did not do that, no. I didn't know what they were. Were you kidding me?
102-87. Shea down the lane, fouled by Beverly.
You remember when they first came out and Marv Albert and myself were asked to do the voiceovers on those. So we had to use every player's name in the league on certain sentences. Kevin McHale with a block. Okay. Moses Malone with a block. And every player you had to do that with.
That would have been for like the Sega Genesis, though. That would have been like for, I think it was back in the day, they called Lakers, Celtics, and then whoever was in the final that year, that would be the video game. The following year, Lakers, Bulls, so on and so forth.
Maybe the first or second year was. Maybe the first year they didn't have us, the second year that they did.
You and Marv, who, by the way, is the Beatles that played on play, timeless in every era. Williams gives the senior for the three. Way down. She has the rebound. Started at NBC in 1990. I know that because you wore the jacket from that to the arena today. It was a good flex on your behalf. Dort gives over to Hill and throws him and out of bounds. Going to pull back it out here and do it. Time now for Call Your Shot, brought to you by CarMax. Tonight's topics are the Clippers have averaged 18.2 three-pointers made, first in the NBA, by the way, in the last 5 games. They will make 18 tonight against Oklahoma City. That was the Call Your Shot.
They're not making that many tonight. There's no way.
6:45 to play. You're telling me they cannot make 10 threes in that time span?
Could they? But not, in the fourth quarter where you're not going to hurry to take quick shots, run the clock a little bit on your possessions.
Here we go for a good start. 9 to go. Paul George reps the court.
Did you give them a pep talk in the huddle?
Clippers 105, Thunder 89. Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, 2 weapons of mass destruction tonight, each with 27. How about Shea Gilgeous-Alexander with 22?
He had that name in his building, almost that name, not too long ago, and there was a big night for that individual.
Williams for 3, halfway down. Pretending to shoot the three, then drives by his defender. Great ball movement again. George with cruel intentions. Hands to Lou, and he lays it in. Great possession for the Clippers.
Nice dish off that time by Paul George.
Of course, you were referencing Nikhil Walker-Alexander. Jay's cousin with 37. Jay's cousin plays for the Pelicans. George Hill. 6 to shoot for Gilgeous-Alexander. Back to Hill. This time he pulls the trigger. Leonard with the rebound. 107-91. George against his one-time teammate. Step away, contested. Roby with the rebound for Oklahoma City. Dort, strong drive, running over defenders. Count the foul. Goes on Paul George. Indeed, the bucket is good for Lou Dort.
Splitting those two defenders, coming over to try to pick up the charge just a little bit late, and the foot perhaps on the right heel, back on the line. That's what the official saw.
Dort is not a slender build. Paul George might feel that one tomorrow. I like this young man. Back-to-back 20-point games for Oklahoma City now with 18. 107-94. Clippers led by 27. The City, slow start from above the arc, have come to life since as George tailgated by Hill, 9 to shoot. A lot of ISOs here for the Clippers. George in traffic, no. Rebound this time with a tough one to get either way for Ibaka. Gilgeous-Alexander probing the defense in transition, maintains the dribble. By George. Tough finish at the iron. Leonard with the rebound. Line with 27. Senior for three. Batum. And they will count that basket as he tried to, with the new father, rattle it home.
It was on the glass. When he blocked it, if it touches the glass and then they block it, you could bring the ball to the backboard if it hadn't touched it first.
Timeout, Oklahoma City, 4:17 to play in the fourth.
This Grizzlies, guys, they've won 5 in a row, but they'll be standing pat for a while. Won't be playing again until at least next Wednesday. 4 games total postponed because of health and safety protocols.
It's thank you, Christina, by the way. Great stuff as always. Shea will go to the free throw line. That's why I think wins like tonight are so important. The Winds and Clippers are stringing together while healthy. We just don't know what's going to happen, especially next week. We're going on a road trip for 6 games, and so many things can happen, and you could be shorthanded. You could get postponed. How are you going to make those games up? Where is it going to go in the standings? Every win is important no matter what year you're playing, but it seems like you've got to grab as many as you can while you are healthy, because you just never know.
Without question, and this is really where the coaches continuously determine down at 3. When the coaches talk to the team now more than ever, they must heed his words about you have a loyalty to one another. You have a responsibility to one another to abide by the protocol, because what if he gets sick and spreads it amongst the team? We could be closed down, like we just heard from Christina. 4 straight games, 5 straight games. It's not a good thing.
In the middle of a 2-week protocol that is very intense as George gives up a 3. No. 112-98. Clippers out in front, haven't trailed since the first basket, but haven't been comfortable really all second half. It's a credit to Oklahoma City. These two teams will cross blades again on Sunday afternoon. Gilgeous-Alexander gets around eventually, senior, and lays it in, but a good effort there by Marcus Morris, senior.
And did not give up. He backed out, came back, backed out, came back, and eventually turned the corner.
Gilgeous-Alexander, the high water mark now with 28. 12-point lead for the Clippers, under 3 to play. Leonard tries to drive on North, can't get any closer to the rim, but he does draw the foul, and we'll go to the line. Leonard, 27-7 tonight. Paul George, 27-7-5. Pat Beverly with 8 rebounds, just 1 point. A very Dennis Rodman-like line for him as Leonard puts up and in the first of 2 free throws. Stay tuned for the post-game show with Jeannie Zelasco and Roy Maggette. It's brought to you by Nissan. We do like the game from Ivica Zubac here tonight. 8 points, 6 rebounds, and Lou Williams, 9 points, 8 assists. There's been a collected effort here tonight, and I like it.
And the aggressiveness of the Clippers early on certainly has paid off. When you look at free throw opportunities, Clippers shooting 24 out of 25 free throws made, whereas Oklahoma City just 9 free throw attempts, 7 of 9.
Had a couple here for Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. He's in the first of 2. Is he a cornerstone piece for the Oklahoma City Thunder? The answer is yes. What can they do to surround him? What are complementary like players for a player like Shea?
Is that the norm, that you ask a question, answer it, and then you look at me after you already answered it?
So I'm just trying to stimulate conversation.
Well, then you should let me answer when you ask the question. I guess I have to say yes.
Lays it in 116-102. Now you can answer the question as what kind of a player goes well with Shea in terms of, because we were talking about who's the point guard, who's the shooting guard. What kind of a guard would go well with Shea Gilgeous-Alexander?
Well, obviously, his ability to go by people will create shots for somebody that can catch and shoot. But you know, this team, they play hard and they hang around the game because they play hard. And they're well coached. You see that they like to pack their defense in. They'll sacrifice the 3-point line. And tonight was one of those nights that the Clippers did not shoot like they've been shooting it. But they need development in a lot of positions if they want to start playing at the upper tier of the Western Conference.
They've got a lot of weapons to get there eventually. With all the draft picks that they have, and a wizard in the front office in terms of Sam Presti. Talk about the three-point shooting for the Clippers. They're struggling. 10 of 33. While it hasn't been pretty, and they haven't been able to put away Oklahoma City, I don't mind these games where the Clippers have to hunt for offense outside of the three-point shot. Here is Leonard cutting into the paint, gives it to Batum. For the shoot for Kawhi. 118, 105. Kawhi Leonard with 31. One minute to play in this one. So while it was a disastrous start for Oklahoma City, a valiant effort in the final 36 minutes of this game. Foul in the backcourt. Timeout, perhaps, beg your pardon. Called by the Clippers, 51 seconds to play. We'll take it with them. By your Southern California Toyota dealers, and you know whether he scored 50, 14, or 0 points. It is the proud new Papa, Nicholas Batum, our player of the game, brought to you by Southern California Toyota dealers. For this award, he gets a lifetime supply of Pampers.
That's pretty nice, isn't it?
It's pretty good.
He was 5 of 6 from the floor, 4 for 4 from the three-point line. That's not bad.
On the play coming out of the break for Ty Lue to get an easy bucket, 120 to 105. Jordan contested three, and the Clippers go away with a rebound, and perhaps they will just run this one out. Terrence Mann looking a little spry down the lane to the rim. No. That will definitely be the last active possession for the Clippers. They will win for the 6th consecutive time, but it wasn't as easy as we thought it may be when they led by 20 in the first quarter, and that is a real credit to Oklahoma City. Well, the Clippers are now aware that on Sunday afternoon, they better play for 48 minutes if they want to win for the 7th consecutive time.
When you have these opportunities where you're playing the same team in the next game, it's interesting from the coaching standpoint. What adjustments, what do you do differently from the coaching aspect?
Jordan misses on the free throw. I asked Ty Lue that. Back in the day, there were the home and homes. What do you think about this? Does this help you prepare for the playoffs, which all the coaches would always talk about? Ty Lue was very direct and honest. He said, I don't care.
Well, because he has nothing to do with the scheduling.
He said he doesn't care. It doesn't help or hurt. It's just another game in the books. 120-106 will be the final score as the Clippers will run out the clock. And a very balanced effort for the Clippers. 31 from Kawhi, 29 from Paul George, and 17 for Serge Ibaka. He will join us here in just a moment. Paul George upending his former team. In with 29 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. Clippers do shoot 51% from the floor, but an off night from above the arc. Nicholas Batum going to quickly shower up and head back to the hospital where his wife gave birth roughly 6 hours ago. Congratulations to Nicholas Batum, as again the Clippers are winners.
shoutout kay Singaw na nagugupit yan. Singaw, talsik ang pulis. Ay, nakaw. Diyos ko po, Marimar. Yakaw, inakaw, yari. Diyos ko po, Ruday. Oh my God, OMG. Nangyari. Patay lahat. Shout out sa mga tulog kong kasama habang nasa trabaho. Shout out po. Fall down na po.
Two, missed the shot, poked out to Morris. Now a 2-second difference in the clock. Denver still with a timeout. 10 to shoot, 12 on the game clock. They get it back to Murray with Bridges shadowing him with 5 to shoot. Murray driving. Now Ayton on the switch. Murray's follow-away jumper short. Paul with the rebound. 1 second left. Paul hooks it half court. Comes up short. And we go to overtime in Phoenix.
Very poor job by the Suns not to call timeout there on the rebound and advance it to give yourself a better chance. You rebounded with 2-5. That's just bad basketball.
From Chris Paul.
Tonight, I'll be eating chicken tikka masala with garlic naan. Cheers.
I win again, Patrick.
That's Sir Patrick.
Ooh, sir.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Croissant crust is flaky layers of buttery bliss. Rising crust is fresh baked deliciousness. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Showing off those new celebrity-style frames, huh?
Yeah, they're the hot new brand among stars like Jamie Foxx and Haley Steinfeld.
So you got 2 pairs of Privé Revaux glasses exclusively from America's Best, including a free exam for just $89.95.
Right? Can I?
Fine.
Nice smile.
I'll try. 2 pairs for $89.95. Includes a free exam. Book online now at americasbest.com. Am I smiling?
Overtime is presented by AutoZone. Phoenix with a 14-point lead in the second half. Denver comes roaring back. Murray misses a shot at the end of regulation. Chris Paul got the rebound with a couple of seconds left. Could have advanced it if he called timeout. Did not. Missed a half-court shot. So we're in the extra session as we look at the leading scorers. Devin Booker with 29 points. Had a basket taken away because of a challenge by Michael Malone that was successful, which took the points off the board and gave Booker an offensive foul. That could have been a 3-point play. Jokic has 27 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists as we look at the last 7 seconds here of regulation.
It's a good contest by Ayton. Good rebound by Chris Paul. He gets it at about 2.5. And instead of taking a heave from half court, that should have been a timeout, an advance, and trying to find a better quality shot from the side out of bounds.
Neither team has won a game in overtime this year. Phoenix has only played 1. Denver has played 2. DeAndre Ayton with a 20-point, 12-rebound effort. Mikal Bridges with 24. Jamal Murray with 16 points, 9 assists, 7 rebounds. Gary Harris has come alive tonight with 17. Monte Morris, he was one of the reasons Denver got back in the game. Morris with 17 points off the bench. Michael Porter in his first game in a month, 7.6 rebounds in 20 minutes played. And Denver will have possession to start overtime. So you got Morris on the floor with Murray, Harris, Jokic, and Barton. So a smaller lineup here for Denver. Jokic, great pass to Harris. Harris with the left hand scores.
He has driven the ball exceptionally well here tonight.
Michael Malone was talking to us today about Gary Harris continuing to be aggressive, and he has done that tonight. One of the best games for him this season. Ball misfires and cleared by Barton.
And it all started with improved Denver defense here in the second half. Just much better, sharper, more intense, and more detailed.
Jokic, nice spin and finish. Jokic does it again. 29 on the night and a 4-point Denver lead.
After the mismatch, you don't want to double him because he's such a good passer, but if you leave him against a smaller guy, he can just overpower you. So he's got an answer as Ayton gets fouled. Here's a terrific pass and drive and finish. Look at that left-hand finish by Gary Harris, and then against the switch, just overpowering the smaller Cam Johnson.
It's power, but then it's also the footwork and finesse with the finish. And Denver actually has its largest lead of the game at 4 points. DeAndre Ayton gets the first free throw. You talked about the improved defense. Denver gave up 68 first-half points. The Suns could not miss in that first half. Chris Paul had 14 assists in the first half, but only 1 in the second half. Ayton with both foul shots. And the Suns back within 2. Phoenix at 8-5, 4th in the West, 5th overall in the NBA. Denver right now at 7-7. These two teams will play again tomorrow night, by the way, here in Phoenix. There's Jokic again on the offensive glass. Ayton thought he was pushed, and Jokic with 31. Booker battling against Harris. He's fouled. We've seen Booker a couple of times with great strength, finish through contact, but he got hacked hard that time by Gary Harris, and will shoot 2.
Well, Barton, a little side pick and roll with Jokic. Barton misses a pretty good look, and Jokic, whether he pushed or not, was able to get the second shot and finish.
Harris picks up his second foul. 30-point night for Devin Booker, his second 30-point game of the season. A 92% free throw shooter last year, 82 this year. And the Suns trail Denver by 2. 3 minutes to go here in overtime. Murray playing off the ball. Now on the switch.
Switching the pick and roll, yep.
Here's Barton, fall away jumper, no good, but with 1 on the shot clock, they called Chris Paul for a foul. That's his 4th.
That looked pretty clean, but they've already used their challenge.
Will Barton, 67% free throw shooter, first attempt tonight. How about between these teams, we've had 1 missed free throw. The Suns are 14 of 14. Denver is 13 of 14. Four-point lead again, 2:49 to go in overtime. Booker on the catch at the elbow. They double him. Bridges drives. Tough shot off the window. Ayton is there with a follow jam.
He's just done a great job presenting himself at the front of the rim for second shot opportunities all night long.
24 and 13 for DeAndre Ayton. 2-point game again. Shot clock inside of 10 for Murray. Bridges shadowing him. Murray draws Ayton, fall away, in and out, and boarded by Booker. Booker with his head down. Bridges, corner 3. That's his first miss. He was 6 of 6 from out there. Loose ball. Johnson gets on the floor, finds Ayton for the dunk and a foul. What
That is winning basketball. Cam Johnson has not had a great night offensively. But Booker first, going up for the second shot. Cam Johnson to the floor first, and then finds Ayton for the three-point play. This is winning basketball by both teams. Great effort by Cam Johnson.
Second straight 26-point night for DeAndre Ayton. Suns have yet to miss at the line. Ayton can give Phoenix the lead here. 1:54 to go in overtime. Three consecutive outstanding performances by DeAndre Ayton, certainly encouraging to Suns fans. It's a 1-point lead. Here's Jokic. They double him. Work it around to Barton. Barton gets into the lane. And a great finish by Will Barton. Denver back in front by 1.
Interestingly, they had Booker out on that possession, and they don't take a timeout to reinsert him. They keep Cameron Payne in the game.
Paul drives and throws it out to Payne. Shot clock at 8. Ayton handoff. Bridges. Timer down at 2. Bridges has to throw it up. Comes up short. Denver ball with a 1-point lead. And Booker still is not at the scorer's table. He's on the Phoenix bench. He has played 40 minutes. But you'd like to think with 31 points and being your best player, he'd be on the floor here. Good defense, though, by the Suns. They come up with a takeaway.
He must not be available, or they would have taken a timeout to probably get him back in the game.
Paul's jumper. In and out. Rebounded by Jokic. Denver by 1. Pick and roll. Murray and Jokic. Murray trying to shake Bridges. Pull up is good. Denver by 3. That shot from Jamal Murray looks a lot like some of those baskets we saw in the bubble. He's got 16 points. Denver with a 3-point lead late in overtime.
That's just a big-time move by Murray on the pull-up.
I'm the one that runs this town. All you peasants better bow down.
I don't know why I can't come with you.
Ever since they left, my mind's been a little fried.
I gotta do this on my own.
So long, nacho fries.
Whenever Taco Bell takes them off the menu, he can't escape the craving. The whole town was built on old seasoning.
You don't consume me, I consume you!
Well, the explanation has got to be that Devin Booker is hurt and not available. Let's see if we can figure out exactly what's going on here. Did Booker get hurt right here on this hustle play? You see Barton fall on top of him. He gets back into the scrum. And then watch here as he goes back towards the Phoenix bench. Hobbling, wincing a little bit. And that's got to be the case here for Devin Booker, which is unfortunate because you'd love to see an elite score in the game in crunch time. Suns will try to win without their all-star. They trail by 3. What do you think here, Jeff?
Well, you got to get the ball. Yeah, you get the best shot. If it's a 3, that's fine, but it can be a 2. Chris Paul's got to get into his pick and roll as quickly as he can.
Paul kicks it out. Here's Payne. Payne driving, tried to hit Ayton. Loose ball and a turnover. Suns have to foul. And they grab Murray before he can scoop it ahead to Barton for the easy 2.
I wonder if they'll look at that as clear path. Did he release the pass before he was fouled? Payne drove. Again, that's a tough pass on the same plane.
If Denver holds on, this is a great win considering how well Phoenix played offensively in the first half. But you also wonder if Devin Booker is healthy would things have been different down the stretch here of overtime? And again, they got to turn around and play tomorrow. We'll obviously find out the extent of the injury to Booker and whether he'll be available 24 hours or less than 24 hours from now to play the Nuggets again.
And interestingly, they inbounded to Barton right there instead of trying to get it into Murray's hands.
Barton 2 of 2 tonight, but 67% on the year. Knocks that one down. It's a 4-point lead.
And you're right. If they do win this game, Dave, this is a great, great win for Denver. Dominated in the first half, responded in the second half, and would finish it off in overtime.
Timeout by Phoenix. Lead is 5 for Denver. The Suns will be able to advance it here. You knew Phoenix wouldn't continue to shoot over 60% all night. At some point, it was going to correct itself, but a lot of that was the Denver defense. Looked like there was more intensity on that side of the ball in the second half. The Suns were getting everything they wanted in the first half. But also, when you have a player like Nikola Jokic who does such a great job controlling the game, he's got 31 points, 10 rebounds, and 8 assists tonight, and 3 steals.
Yeah, it's just like workmanlike. He does this on a nightly basis, keeps everyone involved. Truly the definition of a star because he elevates others around him. And he did it, as we see, in a myriad of ways. Offensive rebounds, posting up versus switches, pick and roll game.
Well, Denver not afraid to be behind, whether it's in a game or in a series. We saw them come back from 2 3-1 deficits in the same postseason. That's the first time that's ever happened in the history of the NBA. And they were down by 14 in this game, which is not a huge deficit by NBA standards. But again, the way the Suns were playing, the way they were clicking offensively. 10.7 on the clock. Got to get it in here. Paul hoists the 3. It's good. 2-point game. And they foul Barton immediately with 6.4 on the clock. Chris Paul shaken up. No more timeouts for the Suns, but if there is a missed free throw fight for Denver, there's enough time to get up the floor at 6.4 without the advance.
Absolutely. Good shot by Paul. And again, interestingly, Jokic releases it to Barton. Murray and didn't really try to present himself, or Monte Morris, who are better free throw shooters.
You see the night from Chris Paul. And 15 assists, but 14 of those came in the first half. So Barton is 4-4 at the line. Again, one missed free throw between these two teams the entire game, and it was by Jokic earlier. Yeah, Chris Paul colliding with Gary Harris, grabbing that left knee. Hopefully he's all right, and hopefully the injury to Devin Booker, whatever happened during that scrum, is not a serious issue. He has been out since that play. And again, Suns have a game against Denver tomorrow night. Barton to make it a 4-point game. It's good. So big free throws down the stretch by Will Barton. He made them all here in overtime. 4-point game, 6.4 left. That somehow ends up in Bridges' hands, but he missed the layup. It went over the head of 8. It was intended for him. He missed the layup. Game is over. A great win for Denver, coming back to beat the Suns. Minus Booker down the stretch of overtime, 130 to 126. So in the fourth quarter and overtime alone, there were 7 ties and 5 lead changes. Jokic with another great night. He's averaging a 25-point triple-double. Jamal Murray outstanding. Gary Harris had one of his best games of the year. Ayton, 3 straight outstanding performances. Bridges had 24 and 10. Booker with 31, but again, didn't appear to be available late. And the Suns